Chapter 2186. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. These ancient era experts were so terrifying. If there is transcendence beyond this world, then why did legalism have to descend in the first place? Don't forget, who dares to be impudent when that person was still alive? Huolei Zi spoke. His voice was like thunder, shaking the world. The ancient and destructive pressure seemed to make the entire Sky City collapse. Inside the Sky City, the ground cracked and cracks appeared on the walls. The scene was terrifying and made people feel uneasy. Too strong, I can't fight back. My head feels like it's going to explode. How can he be so strong? These two ancient experts were facing each other in the air. The invisible pressure enveloped the disciples of legalism and the desolate country's army, making them feel terrified. Many people had already collapsed to the ground. Some demonic beasts had also been forced out of their bodies and crawled towards the sky. Qin Tiangu stared at Huolei Zi. His star-like eyes flashed and the shadows of ferocious beasts flickered in the air. This is just a small matter. Why do you and I have to interfere? Otherwise, I'm afraid we will have to bear the karma and harm ourselves. Then, Qin Tiangu said such a sentence. There was a hint of warning in his words. At their level, once they really made a move, it would be difficult for the living beings present to escape. He was warning Huolei Zi that if he made a move against the desolate country's people, he could destroy them all. Since it's a small matter, let them solve it themselves. It's best if they don't harm themselves, but if they do, then it's the will of the heavens. Huolei Zi replied. His body burned with blue flames. Lightning flashed in the air and his aura shook the 9 heavens. Huolei Zi's words and aura were a warning. If he made a move, he could also destroy legalism. Good. Let them settle it themselves. If there's a cause, there's an effect. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Qin Tiangu said such a sentence. The aura on his body slowly retracted and the vision faded. Then, his original body was revealed. His face was slightly curved. He was a middle-aged man. At this moment, Qin Tiangu was standing quietly in the air. There was no aura coming from his body. But even though he was standing there quietly, there was still a great aura coming from him. Only the stronger one was, the more they could feel it. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. Was this the ancestor of legalism, Qin Tiangu? He actually looked quite young. However, Du Xiaofu knew that it was impossible to tell a cultivator's age from their appearance. Only the life force in their body could tell. Although Qin Tiangu looked young, it was not difficult to tell that he was an ancient expert. Qin Tiangu appeared, and his eyes fell on Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. His eyes were calm, without any ripples. However, it was precisely such a gaze that caused Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit to tremble fiercely for no reason. It was as if he was about to be seen through with a single glance. Then let's end this karma today. As Huolei Zi's voice fell, the blue flames in the sky disappeared. Huolei Zi walked out, and an invisible wave fell on Du Xiaofu's body. The feeling in Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit suddenly disappeared. End this karma, child. Everything started because of you, so let's end it for you. Qin Tiangu looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. Then, he looked at Qin Yunlong and said, everything started because of you, so let's end it for you. Yes. Qin Yunlong nodded with a look of awe and respect. However, there was a sneer at the corner of his eyes. What, this is too much of a bully. He's clearly bullying the young. Let's fight if you dare. Who's afraid of who? Hearing Qin Tiangu's words, Zhen Qingchun, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Che Gui, and the others immediately cursed inwardly. This was clearly bullying the young. Qin Yunlong was an expert of the legalism saint realm. He had been in the saint realm for many years and was getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, had yet to reveal his true strength. However, Zhen Qingchun, Du Yunlong, and the others secretly felt that Du Xiaofu's aura was not the same as that of Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster Green Fox, and Du Tingxian. The aura of a Saint Realm cultivator was different from others. It carried the might of a saint. Therefore, they guessed that Du Xiaofu most likely had not set foot in the Saint Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between a cultivator below the Saint Realm and a real Saint Realm cultivator. Even though Zhen Qingchun, Du Yunlong, and the others knew that Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, they did not dare to think that the gap could be crossed. The school of legalism had clearly come prepared. Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, and the others secretly changed their expressions. Among the people present, only Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster Green Fox, Dugu Fenchen, and Yelu Han did not care at all. Instead, they secretly smiled maliciously. Du Tingshuan's eyes darkened. He also felt that Du Xiaofu's aura had not set foot in the Saint Realm. In the Eternal Tomb, Du Xiaofu failed to break through to the Saint Realm. Du Tingxian knew the consequences. If he failed to break through to the Saint Realm, it would be even more difficult to break through again. Qin Tiangu did not care about the words around him at all. He then looked at Du Xiaofu again and said calmly, "Child, you have the bloodline of legalism. In the end, the cause and effect have been formed. Naturally, you should understand. The one who tied the bell should untie it. No matter who wins or loses, all grievances should be resolved in the battle between the two of you." Du Tingxian raised his head and looked at Qin Tiangu. "All of this happened because of me. Naturally, I should solve it. Although you are also the one who tied the bell, the grievances are not with you, but with that child. You can't replace him." Qin Tiangu looked at Du Tingxian and said. His expression was calm, as if everything should be as he said. Hearing this, Du Tingxian lowered his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu beside him. Just as he was about to say something, Du Xiaofu stopped him. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu and said, "What about my mother and sister?" Qin Tiangu said. He looked at Du Xiaofu meaningfully with his calm eyes and said, "We are a family, connected by blood. No matter who wins or loses, all grievances are gone. Child, if you win, the school of legalism will no longer stop your mother and father from marrying. If you lose, the door of legalism will always be open for you and your father." Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. From what Huolei said, Qin Tiangu was definitely not a mysterious person. Qin Tiangu's words were so beautiful. It was as if an elder had come out to resolve a conflict between the younger generation. However, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that there were not many good people in legalism. If Qin Tiangu was really so kind, why did he have to oppress people as soon as he appeared? If it was not for Huolei's intimidation, he would not have done so. If Qin Tiangu was really so kind, he would not have asked him to fight that old man Qin Yunlong even though he knew that he had not stepped into the Saint Realm. Finally, I finished posting before 12 o'clock. I made up for yesterday's missing chapter. Continue writing, continue writing. I will add a chapter tomorrow to compensate for yesterday's delay. Don't hit me. Chapter 2187. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Huolei's round face was a little surprised. Only now did he understand the grudge between Du Xiaofu and legalism. He didn't expect that this guy and legalism were actually family. No wonder he felt the aura of legalism in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. The outcome of your battle will be decided by yourself. No one can interfere, and no one can borrow external power. Qin Tiangu continued. He was obviously talking about Huolei. Whoever interferes is an old turtle bastard. Huolei said directly to Qin Tiangu. How could he not know that Qin Tiangu was talking to him? As for the battle between Du Xiaofu and Qin Yunlong, how could Huolei be worried? It wasn't like he didn't know Du Xiaofu's true strength. When the time came, the old bastard would cry. Did he really think that kid was easy to bully? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. This old guy really didn't have good intentions. He was afraid that Huolezi would lose. Usually, you rely on power that doesn't belong to you to do whatever you want. You don't have any respect for your elders. Today, without power that belongs to you, you don't dare to fight. Qin Yunlong said coldly when he saw Du Xiaofu's hesitant expression. He thought that Du Xiaofu didn't dare to fight with him. Back in the Eternal Tomb, relying on Huolezi's power, the five of them didn't have any advantage. Now, in his opinion, without Huolezi, that kid was nothing. As long as that kid dared to fight, he could directly solve this problem. This old guy is really shameless. Don't you know how old you are? How many years have you cultivated? How many years has the Rock Emperor cultivated? That old thing is really shameless. Using numbers to bully the weak, and still saying nice words. Shameless. Hearing Qin Yunlong's provocative words, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Hao, Phantom Tiger King, and the others were furious. They had never seen such a shameless old thing. If that's the case, then let's settle this with a battle. I'll accompany you. Looking at Qin Tiangu, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes rippled. Then, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yunlong's old face and smiled coldly. His voice reverberated in all directions as he said indifferently, with your years of cultivation, I won't find you shameless if you fight with me. I'm just worried that I might accidentally crush your old bones. Haha, hearing this, the desolate country's army burst into laughter. You will pay the price for disrespecting your elders. Qin Yunlong's face was ice cold when he heard that. Even now, that brat was still looking down on him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yanlong strode forward and stepped into the air. A vast aura shot up into the sky and spread across the void. Boom! The void trembled. With Qin Yunlong as the center, a dazzling light shone. Celestial qi spread out from his body and formed a huge energy storm. This energy storm was completely condensed from celestial qi. It even carried the faint sound of lightning and thunder, which made people tremble. Countless eyes trembled. Just the celestial qi in the body of a Saint Realm cultivator could create such a terrifying aura. How vast and majestic was that? Little bastard, without external help, you are nothing. How can a firefly compete with the moon? Qin Yunlong shouted loudly, shaking the surroundings. The surging celestial qi accompanied by the Saint Realm aura constantly distorted the void and enveloped the entire sky. Just this endless power of distorting the void was enough to tear a venerable realm cultivator to shreds. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, his clothes fluttering and his black hair flying behind him. However, no matter how the void distorted and collapsed, the space around Du Xiaofu remained motionless, and his body was as steady as a rock. However, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Qin Yunlong in front of him. The celestial qi in his body had such a vast fluctuation. Judging from his aura, Qin Yunlong had recovered more quickly than the old monster green fox. Legalism was indeed worthy of its reputation. It had an absolute foundation, which other forces and rogue cultivators could not compare with. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. Although he had not broken through to the Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu knew his advantages from the battle with the old monster green fox. He also had trump cards such as the immortal Xian body, the rock's golden wings, and the cyan spirit armor. Without external help, I can still beat you like a dog. Have you forgotten that you ran away like a stray dog in the heavenly devil battlefield? As Du Xiaofu spoke, he slowly walked into the air and faced Qin Yunlong from a distance. This was the real battlefield. Once the battle started below, Qin Yunlong was afraid that the disciples of legalism in the Sky City would be affected. Du Xiaofu was also afraid that the desolate country's army would be affected. Qin Yunlong's eyes twitched fiercely when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. This was Qin Yunlong's scar. Now that Du Xiaofu had exposed it, the the coldness in his eyes gushed out uncontrollably. Back in the heavenly devil battlefield, his cultivation had been suppressed and he could only use his physical strength. He had been trampled on. This was his pain. Now that his scar was exposed in public, it was tantamount to slapping him in the face. You're about to die, but you're still trying to talk nonsense. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent. There are some heights that you can never reach. You'll know the difference soon. Qin Yunlong said coldly. He could sense that Du Xiaofu had not broken through to the Saint Realm. Back then, he had failed to break through in the Eternal Tomb. It would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. Looking at the young man in front of him, Qin Yunlong had no intention of letting him go. Legalism's meridians had been dug out. A large number of legalism's supreme talents had been killed by his father and son. External forces had been uprooted. Li Chenfa and Qin Tianshi, the two most likely experts to break through to the Saint Realm, had only left behind a primordial spirit while the other had been killed. He could not let go of such a big problem. This kid had actually agreed to fight. This was an opportunity. Looking at Qin Yunlong, the killing intent hidden in his eyes could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Du Xiaofu also felt a chill in his heart toward legalism. The grudge between him and legalism had long been too deep to be resolved. He had been humiliated and oppressed time and time again by legalism. When he was tricked into legalism, he was treated like an ant. He had been humiliated, deceived, oppressed, and finally had his heart dug out. He had almost died at the hands of legalism several times. All the misery and humiliation he had suffered in the outside world could not be compared to what he had suffered in legalism. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Yunlong, no longer concealing the coldness in his eyes. Anyway, he did not need to be polite to this old man. In this battle, Du Xiaofu was not so naive as to think that legalism only wanted to determine the winner. Boom, Du Xiaofu's body began to surge with golden light. His aura surged, and golden runes flickered in the depths of his clear eyes. Chapter 2188. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. In an instant, the entire void became tense. Two figures, one old and one young, floated in the air, filling the air with a murderous aura. Do you think the Rock Emperor can win? Looking at the familiar domineering figure in the sky, some people in the desolate country's army were nervous. The Rock Emperor was invincible and could easily defeat his peers. Even the older generation could hardly match him. However, Qin Yanlong was a Saint Realm expert, so they couldn't help but feel nervous. The Rock Emperor will definitely win. I've never seen the Rock Emperor lose before. Someone said this, but in the depths of his eyes, there was also a solemn and nervous look. That kid is courting death. Humph, I wonder how that kid will die later. At this moment, in Sky City, the legalism disciples looked up at the sky and sneered. How could that kid Du Xiaofu be a match for the divine ancestor? He was simply courting death. Only the old monster Green Fox, Yellow Han, Dugu Fenchen, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao looked calm and even secretly smiled. The corners of the mouth of the old Green Fox demon, who had a wretched face, curled up slightly, revealing a malicious smile. He prayed for Qin Yanlong in his heart. On the other hand, Master Flamespark and Qin Tiangu floated in the air and looked at the sky. Their eyes were calm, without any fluctuations. Humph. While everyone was talking, Qin Yanlong snorted and didn't say anything else. As the void trembled, he directly attacked Du Xiaofu. Boom! Golden light erupted as an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly swept out. The golden wings of the Great Rock and the Azure Spirit armor were directly deployed at the same time, carrying the tyrannical will of the golden-winged Great Rock race. Du Xiaofu also directly collided with the attack. The two figures were too fast. Light burst out, and in the sky, it was like two comets colliding. Suddenly, a bright light exploded in the depths of the void, and a muffled sound like thunder exploded. Boom! A muffled boom rang out like thunder, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Sky City, both inside and outside, began to shake violently. High up in the sky, the fluctuation of energy was extremely violent. It was vast like an ocean that whistled through the sky, and it shook the heart and soul while divine radiance surged throughout space. Such a collision was too terrifying. The distant void was also collapsing. Due to the chaos in the sky, cultivators below the Saint Realm could not see clearly at all. Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others all trembled inwardly. They hadn't stepped into the Saint Realm, so they didn't dare to touch such a collision. After several breaths of time, the void calmed down a little. The light faded and was annihilated in the void fluctuations. Then, two resplendent figures appeared and faced each other from a distance. A figure was entrenched like the brightest star. It was dazzling and emitted a type of great power. It made one's mind tremble just by looking at it. A tall and straight figure covered in golden feathered armor appeared. The golden wings of the great Peng spread out behind his back. His entire being was like a great Peng in human form. He wanted to soar into the sky and soar into the sky. The golden wings of the great Peng and the golden feathered armor were natural and perfect. The magnificent armor and the domineering golden wings of the great Peng made him look even more majestic and domineering, just like a god of war. When the two figures appeared, they looked at Du Xiaofu. Qin Tiangu's calm eyes also surged with a hint of fluctuation. However, he quickly restrained himself and didn't reveal any trace of fluctuation. Du Tingxian looked at the void. His figure was tall and straight. His armor and the long spear in his hand were rippling with electric arcs. However, the two figures in the depths of the void were a little silent at this moment. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He had used all his strength in one move. Qin Yanlong was indeed much stronger than the old green fox monster. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's heart seemed to be in turmoil. He had been recovering and making rapid progress recently. Compared to when he was in the Tomb of Eternity, he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. That kid hadn't broken through to the Saint Realm yet, but he had used all his strength just now. He wanted to kill his opponent with a thunderous force. However, Qin Yanlong couldn't accept the result at this moment. That kid had withstood it completely. He was only at a slight disadvantage. Instead, the impact had made the blood in his body surge. He had been in the Saint Realm for so long. Not only was he unable to kill a cultivator below the Saint Realm with all his strength, he didn't even have the upper hand. How could Qin Yanlong accept this? In his mind, he should have killed that kid with a single blow. After the collision of the two figures, the entire Sky City fell silent. Everyone held their breaths. The vast fluctuation made those who were not strong enough feel weak. However, many people could feel that after the collision, although the two figures seemed to be silent, their auras were rising at the same time. They became more and more vast, powerful, and domineering. Rumble. When the auras were rising, purple electric arcs poured down from the void around Du Xiaofu like a waterfall. They emitted a brilliant purple light. Lightning runes fluctuated and illuminated the surroundings. Du Xiaofu directly activated the Thunder Martial Vein. The green spirit armor on his body was covered with purple electric arcs and turned into a purple-gold color. With his body as the center, the wind and clouds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple electric arcs filled the sky. The Thunder Martial Vein's murderous aura spread. It didn't have a murderous aura, but it showed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. Rumble, this terrifying aura of thunder and lightning could be vast and mighty. It could punish all living beings and make them tremble in fear. Such a terrifying aura made Du Xiaofu look like a thunder rock descending to the world, looking down on the world. Under the Thunder Martial Vein, all living beings were trembling in fear. Thunder Martial Vein. When the thunder martial vein appeared on Du Xiaofu's body, Qin Tiangu's calm eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Rumble, the sound of the heavens didn't stop, and a divine ring appeared in the sky. An impressive pressure filled the world, causing one's heart to beat faster. The sound of the heavens was like a heavy hammer in one's heart. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also activated the boundless nirvana force. Against an existence like Qin Yanlong, Du Xiaofu wasn't willing to be the slightest bit careless. Boom! Qin Yanlong's eyes were like the sun and moon. With his body as the center, the aura on his body rose to the peak in an instant. He didn't hold back at all. Sensing the unrestrained aura on Qin Yanlong's body, Lei secretly frowned. That aura was almost at the early stage of the Saint Martial realm. Brat, you still can't change the result. Qin Yanlong attacked again. His palm was crystal clear and carried a purple aura. The aura was vast and terrifying. Along with this palm strike, Qin Yanlong's divine might was also impressive. Under the pressure of that aura, all living beings trembled in fear and respect. Chapter 2189. This is my legalism saint-grade martial technique, heaven and earth palm. It's enough to suppress everything. Some legalism experts trembled in excitement. Qin Yanlong was using the legalism saint-grade martial technique. Among them, it was difficult to find someone who had the qualifications and talent to successfully cultivate it. Roar. While the roars of dragons, tigers, birds and tortoises were heard, Du Xiaofu's palm became gorgeous. His aura was overbearing to the extreme. He struck out with his palm, and the palm print that was expanding with the wind suddenly exploded with an unparalleled overbearing force. The two figures were like lightning, and the two palm prints collided in an instant. Roar, the void was dazzling, and violent energy was released. The azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise and black tortoise appeared faintly, suppressing all living things. The tiger roared, the birds roared, and the tortoise cried. The pressure caused the heaven and earth to boil, and all the beasts were frightened and trembled. There was also a collapse of the grand momentum, and the heaven and earth appeared in the void, illuminating the firmament. The two palm prints collided, and a terrifying energy burst out, devouring each other, and a dazzling light bloomed. The surrounding void collapsed, and a deep dark light swallowed the four beasts. Such a scene would make anyone who saw it feel their hair stand on end. Die, brat! Qin Yanlong shouted angrily, and his figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. He condensed a flood dragon and rushed out. The dragon's aura was fierce, and it swept across the firmament. You're not enough. Du Xiaofu shouted. He flapped his golden rock wings, and lightning runes intertwined as he raised his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in midair, and countless thunderbolts gathered in the sky. He clenched his fist, and the fist was covered with the thunder martial vein. Dazzling thunderbolts gathered and wrapped around his arm, looking disdainful and destructive. Roar! Du Xiaofu punched out, and the overbearing fist wei contained the thunder martial vein. With the roar of dragons and elephants, it was as if it could explode the heaven and earth. It directly hit the flood dragon's shadow. Boom! Suddenly, the fierce flood dragon's shadow collapsed inch by inch, and was annihilated in the void. Qin Yanlong's finger imprint instantly swept over. He was much stronger than he was a few months ago. His speed, strength and attack had all increased. However, Du Xiaofu was also getting stronger. Although he still hadn't stepped into the Saint realm, his invisible combat strength was absolutely incomparable. It was also increasing exponentially. Immediately, the energy in the sky fluctuated violently. A divine ancestor of legalism, one of the most powerful experts in the world. A demon king, an invincible existence among his peers. When these two people fought fiercely, they were as fast as lightning. They were like peng-pengs striking through the sky and gods descending into the world. They were swift, violent, and vast, and shook all directions. Boom! The two of them were exchanging blows at high speeds. Every single time they clashed, the void would shatter before it would recover. In an instant, the two of them had already exchanged over 10 moves, and all of them were inconceivably swift, fierce, swift, and clean. Those who were not strong enough could only see the illusory figure flying in the distance. However, their hearts were still shaken, and they were fascinated. The Saint Realm was high and mighty. It was far beyond the immortal realm and the domain realm. Their invisible power was enough to control everything. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. He had transcended this shackle. The Depeng golden wings coupled with the wave-treading carefree steps allowed Du Xiaofu's speed to not be suppressed by Qin Yunlong. With the cyan spirit armor coupled with the immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu's physical body was enough to contend with a Saint Beast realm demonic beast. He even had the advantage. Fight! Roar! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly and domineeringly. The star-shattering fist and the Pegasus meteor punch were constantly blasted out. The aura was fierce and fierce. Qin Yunlong's momentum was unparalleled. His light filled the sky, and his saintly aura was awe-inspiring. There was a mysterious force surrounding Qin Yunlong's body. It was like an ancient talisman that resonated with heaven and earth. This was the embodiment of a Saint Realm cultivator. It was the terrifying part of a Saint Realm expert. This kind of collision and killing continued, causing endless energy ripples to erupt. There were endless beast shadows in the void. Talismans intertwined and shook the world. Rock Emperor, you must win. The army of the desolate country prayed and looked forward to it. They clenched their weapons and fists tightly. The experts of legalism and the old man looked into the depths of the void. They were also very shocked. Although they hated Du Xiaofu to the core and wanted to grind his bones and scatter his ashes, at this moment, they had to admit that this kid was definitely a terrifying supreme being. At this moment, the Lord of Legalism, who was held in the hand of Zhen Qingchun, had a gloomy look. He looked at the shocking battle in the void and had to admit that Du Xiaofu was a genius. He had not even set foot in the Saint Realm, but he was able to fight Qin Yunlong to such an extent. Once he set foot in the Saint Realm, how terrifying would he be? A thought flashed through the mind of the Lord of Legalism. If the Legalism had made a different choice back then, leaving the father and son who were supposed to be his son-in-law and grandson in the Legalism, how powerful would the Legalism be today? However, this thought only flashed through the Lord of Legalism's mind. He knew very well that the father and son were now a great threat to the Legalism. They could only be eliminated. I have to admit that you have exceeded my expectations. You have not set foot in the Saint Realm, but you are comparable to a Saint Realm expert. Unfortunately, you have not set foot in the Saint Realm. In the void, the attacks and the offensive temporarily stopped. Qin Yunlong's body was surrounded by a monstrous light. Endless spatial waves swept out and dyed the sky resplendent. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire void was distorted, and the strange phenomenon changed. In an instant, this corner of the sky, with Sky City as the center, trembled. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Divine birds flapped their wings and ferocious beasts roared in the void. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and mountains and lakes appeared. This was a world that was evolving. The scene was terrifying. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was in the sky. His eyes were dazzling but cold and ruthless. Endless ancient runes spread out from under his feet. It's too powerful. This is the force of law of legalism. The expressions of the nether demon, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others changed. They did not expect Qin Yunlong to use the force of law. With such power, even cultivators below the Saint Realm would be crushed by the impact. At this moment, the old monster green fox looked up at Qin Yunlong and frowned. The old monster green fox could see that if he were to fight Qin Yunlong alone, he would not be able to defeat him. Rumble, the force of law was unparalleled. Qin Yunlong stood in the void and evolved a world as if he were the master of this world. The terrifying force of law greatly suppressed Du Xiaofu. The fluctuations were like a sledgehammer that constantly pounded on his vital spirit and heart. The green spirit armor and the golden rock wings on his back began to dim. However, the purple gold light in Du Xiaofu's eyes and the thunder martial vein in his body did not change. The light in his eyes became sharper. "Let's end this," Qin Yunlong said coldly. The world around him suddenly trembled. Howl. Rumble, in an instant, divine birds spread their wings, ferocious beasts roared, stars fell, mountains and rivers collapsed. All of them enveloped Du Xiaofu, trying to crush Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked up. His expression did not change. He formed a hand seal and flapped his golden rock wings. Golden light filled the sky and directly soared into the sky. The light on his body seemed to be injected with a new kind of energy in an instant and directly exploded. Chapter 2190. In an instant, purple electric arcs and golden rays rose like the sun, intertwining with each other. In the next moment, a huge purple-gold thunder rock shadow that covered half of the sky rushed out and enveloped Du Xiaofu. The two seemed to have merged into one and were about to soar. Screech, the purple-gold thunder rock screeched and shot out purple-gold electric arcs from its eyes. It was like two suns illuminating the sky and overlooking the world. Its ferocious aura spread and caused the entire space to tremble. This was the combination of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock race's beast energy and the thunder martial vein. It was a tyrannical execution. Rumble, Qin Yanlong collapsed and brought along the world. The sky shook and the earth shook. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in the sky and shrouded Du Xiaofu. Screech! Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock spread its wings and swept across with its mighty and domineering aura. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs that converged into huge purple-gold thunderbolts. At this moment, 36 beams of purple-gold light shot out from the wings of the thunder rock that almost covered half of the sky. Those were the 36 feathers of the true rock. The energy swept out like a raging tide and shattered the space. There was also the supreme nirvana power shrouding the area. The heavenly music was endless and the light was dazzling. The great rock struck the 9 heavens and broke the sky. Wherever the purple-gold thunder rock passed, everything was destroyed. Bang, 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 in the sky, the rock spread its wings and the purple thunderbolts collapsed. Many mountains and rivers were crushed, ferocious beasts were shattered, and stars were destroyed. This was not the first time Du Xiaofu had faced Qin Yanlong's Dharma power. He knew how powerful it was and did not dare to be careless. Humph! Qin Yanlong snorted. His body was covered with dazzling talisman runes. That was his martial vein, which also contained a powerful force. Boom! In an instant, the Dharma power in this part of the sky became even stronger. It squeezed the sky and the earth roared. Moo! At the same time, a gigantic phantom of a demonic beast appeared before Qin Yanlong. It was shaped like a bull, and its head was white. It only had one vertical eye at the center of its brows, and it had a snake tail. Such a strange beast was like a living creature, roaring like thunder. The power of this strange beast was even more terrifying. It was as if it was rushing down from the 9 heavens towards the purple-gold thunder rock. Qin Yanlong activated his meridian soul. At his level, his meridian soul had already transformed into a true spirit, which was equivalent to a living being. Back in the Tomb of Eternity, Qin Yanlong had resisted the urge to activate his meridian spirit, even though he had wanted to kill Du Xiaofu to the extreme. As for Su Sanyan and the others, they seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line. However, all of them still had a little bit of strength left to protect themselves. After all, at their level, no one wanted to lose themselves due to an accident. It's actually, Hui. Mo Tian Shao, who had already retreated to the warship, stared at the enormous beast in the sky, his green eyes trembling fiercely. Qin Yanlong's meridian soul was actually such a demonic beast. The Hui is like a bull with a white head, one eye and a snake tail. Its body seems harmless, but when it dries up, its stem is fierce, and when it sees it, it will cause a great plague. Zhen Qingchuan's expression changed as he revealed the Hui's origin. The Hui was a ferocious beast that only existed in ancient times. It had long disappeared. It was said that when the Hui entered water, the water source would dry up immediately. When it entered grass, the grass would wither immediately. It was known as a disaster beast, which was equivalent to the god of disaster. Wherever it appeared, it would destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. As Qin Yanlong activated his martial meridian and meridian soul, Du Xiaofu, who was already somewhat suppressed, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Qi, a dazzling silver-gold electric arc swept out from the purple-gold thunder rock and rushed into the sky. Boom! Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared, turning into thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky. The pressure was monstrous, drowning the void. The electric arc was bright and boundless, and the lightning runes were densely packed, reflecting the void. Amidst the lightning that filled the sky, a huge figure of a red-bone horse monkey rushed out. In an instant, it released a violent and destructive pressure and charged towards the Hui. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horse-ape roared, and its eyes seemed to contain two golden suns. Silver-gold light filled the air and poured out in all directions. This was Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse-ape primordial spirit and meridian soul, which contained 5 types of spiritual thunder. Rumble, silver-gold lightning swept out and covered the sky. The red-bone horse-ape's primordial spirit and meridian soul fought against the Hui. The lightning exploded, overturning the void. Under the power of Qin Yanlong's spell, it also made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the universe shake. Moo! However, the Hui was too powerful. At this moment, it complemented the power of the spell, and the light overflowed into the sky. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horse-ape's body shone with golden light, and its spirit eyes looked down on the world. It was as if the world was created, and it wanted to push in all directions, overturning the universe and breaking it. Rumble! The two beast phantoms clashed more than 10 times in just a breath's time. It was incomparably fierce, and the thunder shocked the world. Silver-gold electric arc and light bloomed, like 2 huge comets colliding with each other, and waves rose and fell. You've used up all your means. You're an arrow at the end of its flight. You've reached the end. Qin Yanlong sneered. He could feel that Du Xiaofu was really going all out, and he had used up all his means. The divine thunder cauldron was not with this kid, and he still had some strength left. A Saint Realm cultivator was definitely not someone who could be compared to anyone below the Saint Realm. As soon as Qin Yunlong finished speaking, a mysterious aura began to surge out of his body, which was now filled with divine might. This mysterious aura resonated with the world, and mysterious runes appeared in the void, revealing wisps of Saint Realm aura, and finally integrated into the power of the spell. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the Saint Realm aura was awe-inspiring. The space of the spell began to shrink and rotate, and the aura was boundless and collapsing. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom began to be blocked, and its light began to dim, and the thunder and lightning runes were obliterated. Not long after, the huge purple-gold thunder rock phantom began to fade, and it was crushed and obliterated by the invisible power. Du Xiaofu appeared, supported by the dim light of the cyan spirit armor, the thunder martial vein, and the rock golden wings. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to turn solemn, and his face changed color. The void seemed to have turned into a prison, and Du Xiaofu was imprisoned in it. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to this kind of power and pressure. He had encountered it not long ago when he was fighting with the old monster Green Fox. This was unique to a Saint Realm cultivator, and it was the symbol of a Saint Realm expert. This was the power of the Saint Realm, and it could crush all living things and suppress all directions. There was a violent destructive force in this kind of pressure, and it was going to destroy everything. Rumble, at this moment, Qin Yanlong's aura was incomparably vast, and it was as if he was the master of this space. Divine birds soared into the sky, ferocious beasts roared, mountains and rivers surged, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and stars fell. They were all crushing Du Xiaofu one after another. Under this kind of pressure, creatures with low cultivation in the distance suddenly spat out blood. This kind of pressure was not targeted at them. Just the residual aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Then, Qin Tiangu and Huolei secretly made their moves. Light surged from each of them, and they protected the disciples of legalism and the desolate country army. However, at this moment, Huolei frowned slightly. He did not expect the legalism's early-stage Saint Realm cultivator to have improved so much. He was much stronger than he had imagined. This is bad. The Rock Emperor seems to have been suppressed. The Rock Emperor is injured. On the warship, the desolate country army's eyes were solemn, and their hands that were holding their weapons and fists began to tighten. At this moment, everyone could see that the Rock Emperor seemed to have been defeated. That Saint Realm cultivator was too strong. He was not someone who could be defeated by anyone below the Saint Realm. Crack, crack, the blue spirit armor dimmed and cracked. Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was also suppressed. Even the golden rock wings on his back were no longer shining brightly. Qin Yunlong kept sneering, and he did not try to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. This was the power of a saint. As a Saint Realm cultivator, how could that brat be a match for him? This kind of Saint Realm power was vast and carried the weight of heaven and earth. Rumble, Qin Yunlong's body glowed, and his whole body made a sonorous sound. He crushed Du Xiaofu with this side of the world. Crack, crack, crack. The blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body began to crack, and golden blood flowed out from his body. A smear of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu felt that this kind of power was obviously the same as that of the old monster Green Fox. However, Qin Yunlong was much stronger than the old monster Green Fox. Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped. The endless power of heaven and earth pressed down on him. Together with the power of the legalism spell, it wanted to destroy everything in his body. This surging power came from heaven and earth. The strong Saint Realm power suppressed all living beings in all directions. We're in big trouble. If you haven't set foot in the Saint Realm, you can't compete with a real Saint Realm cultivator. Crack. At this moment, the faces of Yi Lao, Zhen Qingchun, and the others were extremely solemn. The lightning in Du Tingshuan's eyes became more and more intense, and the hand holding the divine thunder spear in his hand secretly increased its strength. Crack, crack, the blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body cracked more and more, and the look in his eyes became more solemn. However, there was no fear or retreat in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He secretly condensed a handprint, and quietly, ancient runes rippled out from his body. At this moment, with himself as the center, a void 8 trigrams diagram appeared beside Du Xiaofu. The mysterious 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other and turned into a bright divine ring, spreading out in all directions. Rumble, a vast and boundless power instantly descended and pushed away the pressure in the space of the spiritual spell force. Howl, in just a moment, the mysterious void 8 trigrams diagram spread out in all directions. On it, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, the evolution of mountains and lakes, the alternation of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the changes of the sun, the moon, and the stars, the movement of mountains and rivers, and the flapping of the wings of the golden-winged roc. When the void 8 trigrams diagram appeared, Qin Tiangu's eyes changed again, as if he felt something. This method was too vast, and the vast power was also something Qin Tiangu had never seen before. In the strange diagram, there was even a breath that made him tremble inexplicably. That breath was just a flash, but it was enough to make him shocked and alert. Chapter 2191. Qin Yanlong's eyes were also trembling. Within the strange pattern, there was an aura that made him tremble. It was vast and boundless, descending upon his heart for no reason. On the 8 trigrams in the air, Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to form, as if a divine spirit was in the air. The 8 trigrams in the air changed, deduced, and derived, the air around them rippled invisibly. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams in the air continued to spread. Upper Kun and Lower Li, earthly fire bright E break. Upper Qian and Lower Dui, heavenly Luo trigrams break. Upper Qian and Lower Li, earthly fire dual man break. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a series of complex and profound hand seals were formed. The 8 trigrams diagram underwent a myriad of transformations. Lightning and stars appeared, raging flames burned, and mountains and rivers moved. The air was collapsing, and the aura of destruction enveloped this part of the world. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's spell had a huge impact on the space. The ground inside and outside Sky City shook, and heaven and earth resonated. Above the air, energy surged, and the bright runes were like an ocean, creating raging waves. What technique is this? It can't be under legalism's spell. If they were at the same level of cultivation, Qin Yanlong would not be able to resist. Someone spoke, shocked. Everyone could feel that the technique Du Xiaofu was using was not inferior to Qin Yanlong's in terms of might and vastness. If they were at the same level, Qin Yanlong would lose without a doubt. But at this moment, Qin Yanlong was not defeated. He was not far from the middle stage of the holy martial arts realm. In addition, under the influence of the holy might, the power of the spell was so vast and majestic that it suppressed Du Xiaofu. Upper Qian and Lower Shaken, heavenly thunder break. Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued, and the 8 trigrams stirred again. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and runes crisscrossed across the world. However, Du Xiaofu's face was as pale as ash. He had expended too much energy and was also injured. Not enough. The holy martial realm is a natural barrier that you cannot cross. Qin Yanlong sneered. How could the natural moat of the Saint Plane be truly crossed? The vast power and saintly might continued to crush down. The 8 trigrams void diagram was being crushed and shrunk. The divine light was being obliterated, and the dazzling divine ring in the sky began to dim. The surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch and being annihilated. Puchi, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the azure spirit armor on his body cracked again. Lightning runes interwove around the redbone horsemonkey's body. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, accompanied by a vast and mighty yuan spirit pressure. However, Du Xiaofu's crimson nightmare monkey primordial spirit and bloodline soul were still being suppressed by Qin Yunlong's dermic aura and bloodline soul. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Deafening roars caused the world to rumble. Accompanied by the momentum of heaven and earth, a screen of light covered the entire sky, suppressing the scarlet nightmare monkey bloodline soul. That kid is going to lose. How could he possibly be a match for the sacred ancestor? Legalism's people began to get excited. At this moment, the divine ancestor finally had the absolute advantage and was about to suppress the demon king. A brilliant ray of light appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded. A faint silver-gold longsword appeared in the sky. The sword's aura was sharp, and the sword's cry was like wind and thunder. In an instant, a majestic aura burst out from the longsword. Incomparably terrifying ripples spread out, causing one's soul to tremble for no reason. This is, when they saw the long sword, many people looked at it in surprise. Although the longsword's color had changed slightly, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingxian recognized it immediately. It was the treasure that everyone had seen in the square of the Tomb of Eternity. This was the Daoyuo sword formation. When Du Xiaofu activated it, wind and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed in an instant. Suddenly, the longsword transformed into a series of sword shadows that spread out. Qin Yanlong's expression changed. He had chased after this treasure sword before, but he had returned empty-handed. He had never thought that such a treasure would end up in this brat's hands again. Swish, 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 countless sword shadows appeared in the Daoyuo sword formation. They were densely packed together, erupting with arcs of lightning that blotted out the sun. Spatial ripples shattered one after another. At this moment, as the majestic aura spread out, the sword shadows cut through space. Pitch-black rays of light could be vaguely seen at the tips of the swords. The terrifying might of the swords caused one's soul to tremble and their hair to stand on end. There was also a profound mystery to it that caused one's soul to collapse. Qin Yanlong's expression changed. Such a treasure greatly affected his soul at this moment. Qin Yanlong's heart was filled with anger and gloominess. How could such a treasure not fall into his hands? As the Daoyuo sword formation swept out, it erupted with a heaven-shaking pressure. Du Xiaofu's mouth was mottled with blood, but his eyes were calm. This was a vicious battle. At this point it was no longer a competition of pure battle prowess. It was a competition of who could suppress who. As his hand seals formed, light surged out from his body once more. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams in the air expanded in a dazzling manner once more. The trigrams intersected with one another, and phenomena appeared. Mountains and lakes intersected, lightning and wind intersected, and water and fire did not mix. Du Xiaofu set foot in it, and the Daoyuo sword formation expanded in a profound manner before him. An extremely vast aura permeated the surroundings, making him seem like a god. Screech! As Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to condense, a shrill sound came from the 8 trigrams void pattern that pierced through clouds and cracked stones. The golden talisman patterns condensed into a phantom of a golden-winged rock that exuded boundless golden light. Surging violet flames filled the air. A violet phoenix could vaguely be seen unfurling its wings, burning through space. Rumble, lightning also descended, and nether insight grass and undying grass appeared. They shone with dazzling light, and their auras were boundless. These phenomena revolved around Du Xiaofu, constantly changing and alternating. It was like night and day, and it was extremely profound. As these phenomena appeared around Du Xiaofu, his aura began to climb once more. It even seemed like he was approaching a vast realm of perfection. Boom! At that moment, the 8 trigrams in the air that had been suppressed earlier expanded once more, and a vast aura descended. At the same time, a resplendent green light appeared within Du Xiaofu's body, spreading from the inside out. This mystery came from Fang Jijia, and it allowed Du Xiaofu's shattered azure spirit armor to recover. It even allowed Du Xiaofu's exhausted profound qi to recover, allowing Du Xiaofu to feel much better. What's going on? Many of the experts present could clearly sense the change in Yi Futian's expression. Du Xiaofu's aura was actually growing stronger under the suppression, and it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Rock Emperor, hold on. The desolate country army clenched their fists and weapons tightly, and their expressions were extremely grave. Everyone could tell that Du Xiaofu had already been suppressed and injured, but now that he was growing stronger, everyone saw hope. Chapter 2192. It feels like he's about to break through. The old monster green fox raised his eyes. He was a saint, so he could clearly sense the aura. It felt like the Demon King was about to break through. Something's not right. Is this little bastard about to break through? Qin Yunlong also sensed it. He was in the Saint Martial realm, so he was familiar with the aura. That brat seemed to be about to break through in this battle. Rumble, the sky trembled as the 8 trigrams in the void spread out. Along with the Daluo sword formation, it began to fight against Qin Yunlong. He's getting stronger and stronger. How can this be? Can this little bastard really break through? Qin Yunlong's expression changed drastically. He could sense that Du Xiaofu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His aura was surging, and the pressure was getting stronger. Although he could still suppress the former, if this continued, there was a high possibility that something unexpected would happen. Although the former had failed to break through to the Saint Martial realm, it was undoubtedly more difficult for him to continue to break through. However, Qin Yunlong did not want any accidents to happen. If this little bastard really broke through, then there would be endless trouble in the future. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's heart was also in turmoil. He had already done his best, even activating his pulse spirit and martial vein. In addition to his recent improvement, his cultivation was almost at the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Martial realm. At this moment, the brat was showing signs of recovery. If they were at the same level, he would not be a match for him. The difference between the Saint Martial realm and the Saint Martial realm was like heaven and earth. However, Qin Yunlong did not think so now. If this had happened a few months ago, he probably would not have known who would emerge victorious between him and this little bastard. This little bastard was too terrifying. Once he stepped into the Saint Martial realm, no one would be able to keep him in check. No, I can't let the same accident happen again. This little bastard must die. Killing intent surged in Qin Yunlong's eyes. He could not let another accident happen. The killing intent in his eyes was cold. Amidst the killing intent in his eyes, he formed a hand seal. Light shot out from his palm, and runes spread out, creating ripples of energy. Swish swish, the others didn't feel anything from the energy ripples, but Master of Fire Thunder, Du Xiaoyao, Little Star, Du Tingxian, and the old monster of Green Fox felt their hearts skip a beat. They immediately fixed their eyes on the energy ripples. Walala, in an instant, a dazzling light spread out in front of Qin Yanlong. A banner, several feet in size, emitted a dazzling light. Then, as if it was facing the wind, it spread out in this vast space of spell potential. In an instant, rays of light blossomed. Images of the sun, moon, and stars rotated on the banner. Ferocious birds and strange beasts appeared, and mountains and rivers were revealed. Rumble. When this banner was unfurled, a torrential wave of heaven and earth energy surged. The formless, terrifying aura caused everyone's heart to palpitate. What kind of saint artifact is that? Its power is so terrifying. Buzz buzz, when the banner was revealed, there were people in the desolate country's army who were trembling. The Tao artifacts and dermic artifacts in their bodies also began to tremble for no reason, as if they were about to rush out and worship the banner. The power of that banner was too terrifying. It was as if it could suppress all weapons. When they saw that banner, Huolazi, Elder Lei, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, and the old monster Green Fox's expressions changed at the same time. That's the Dermic Saint flag. It's an important treasure of legalism. Qin Yanlong has already prepared it and brought it with him. In the desolate country's army, someone immediately recognized the origin of that banner. The last time the desolate country's army came, the patriarch of legalism, Li Chunfa, had activated the Dermic Saint flag in the end to stop Du Xiaofu. Therefore, many people in the desolate country's army knew the power of the Dermic Saint flag. That banner was too powerful. Old bastard, you're too shameless. How shameless can you be? Bullying the young as an old man, and he even brought an important treasure of legalism with him. That old bastard. Can legalism be any more despicable and shameless? Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger could not help but curse at this moment. In particular, Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's eyes had already become a little solemn. From that battle, Du Xiaoyao and the others also knew very well that Qin Yanlong was much stronger than they had imagined. He was not someone the old monster Green Fox could compare to. At this moment, with the addition of the Dermic Saint flag, an important treasure of legalism, the consequences were worrying. Qin Yanlong, this old man, definitely had a plan with him since he brought the Dermic Saint flag with him. The Dermic Saint flag, the divine ancestor even brought the Dermic Saint flag with him. That little bastard is definitely going to die. After seeing the banner, the people of legalism in the Sky City smiled even more brightly, as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant at this moment. Qin Yanlong sneered. In the beginning, he was not afraid of Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster Green Fox because he had the Dermic Saint flag with him. However, Qin Yanlong did not expect that he would have to use the Dermic Saint flag in the end to really deal with this little bastard. Whoosh, the Dermic Saint flag unfurled, and the shadows of stars rotated and erupted with endless light, like clouds hanging from the sky. In the end, it seemed to have merged with Qin Yanlong's magic power. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. The Daluo sword formation was suppressed in the void, and Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram was also trembling. Everything is over. Qin Yanlong snorted coldly. The resplendent banner was accompanied by the power. Light erupted, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying phenomenon that crushed everything. Bang, 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 the void exploded, and in an instant, it was as if the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. The Dermic Saint flag and the magic power complemented each other, suppressing the Daluo sword formation in a crushing manner, causing the void 8 trigrams diagram to crack. Du Xiaofu's Scarlet Horse Monkey Primordial Spirit Meridian Spirit was also greatly affected. Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The perfect aura that was gradually rising in his body was also greatly affected. The Dermic Saint flag. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave. It was the Dermic Saint flag again. He was no stranger to it. The Dermic Saint flag was strange. It carried the traces of a formation and also a terrifying ancient aura, as if it was dyed with the aura of ancient gods and demons. It was vast and unparalleled, and it was impossible to resist. Crack, crack, under this kind of suppression, the void continuously exploded and sank. Runes shattered, and Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram also cracked. Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The azure spirit armor on his body cracked, and the golden wings on his back dimmed. The 36 true ping feathers were also crushed. Bang, 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 the void 8 trigrams diagram cracked, and all kinds of phenomena continued to explode. Spatial waves rose, runes collapsed, and lightning flashed. The Scarlet Horse Monkey Meridian Spirit was also greatly affected. Even the spiritual lightning and lightning runes were suppressed. He's dead for sure. Little bastard is dead for sure. The legalism people began to become agitated again. Du Xiaofu was definitely not the sacred ancestor's match. He could not hold on any longer. Chapter 2193. Boom! Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Warlock Saint flag and the spell aura merged into one, producing a heavenly sound that sounded like countless heavenly drums being hammered. This sound was also filled with killing intent, causing all living beings in the world to tremble in fear. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a world of its own. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and the light was resplendent, shocking everyone. Under such pressure, Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and the 8 trigrams diagram around him faded. The sword aura on the Daluo sword formation dissipated, leaving behind only a treasure sword that rippled with electric arcs. Buzz! The redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit was now covered by golden runes and turned into a five-fingered mountain peak. Oh no, the Rock Emperor can't hold on anymore. Someone in the desolate country exclaimed. The Rock Emperor seemed to be unable to hold on. If this continued, he would be in danger. Legalism's Warlock Saint flag has been activated by Qin Yanlong. Coupled with Qin Yanlong's cultivation and legalism's spell aura, even a mid-stage Holy Martial Realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. The Green Fox Old Monster frowned. He felt that he was no match for Qin Yanlong's Warlock Saint flag and the spell aura. The space within the spell aura was like a world of its own. Coupled with the Warlock Saint flag spreading out, it had already enveloped Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was under immense pressure. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to breathe. The boundless aura suppressed everything in his body, making Du Xiaofu deeply experience its boundless majesty. Boom, this world was rumbling, and the aura was monstrous. It was as if the universe had been turned upside down, and heaven and earth were shaking, about to destroy everything in this world. All kinds of ferocious beasts galloped, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the mountains and rivers trembled. There was an unfathomable aura that wanted to destroy and suppress everything. The golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back were falling off, their light dimming. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor crumbled inch by inch, revealing his body covered by the thunder martial vein. However, the thunder talisman was also dimming and his body was cracking. Du Xiaofu's face was as pale as ash. He was crushed by a great force, and blood began to spurt out from the corner of his mouth. That old thing is too strong. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Elder Lei, and the others all looked extremely serious. They were well aware of how powerful Du Xiaofu was and how freakish his physical body was. However, even Du Xiaofu had been crushed to such an extent. It was enough to show how terrifying Qin Yunlong was. That old bastard is actually using legalism's clan treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao cursed. They knew very well that if not for the magical sacred flag, Qin Yanlong might not have been able to do anything to Du Xiaofu. Rock Emperor, hang in there. You can't lose. Someone muttered to himself. He clenched his fists and weapons tightly and stared intently. However, the stronger one was, the more they knew that the Saint Realm was indeed a natural moat. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had not stepped into it in the end. Moreover, Qin Yanlong was not an ordinary saint martial artist. The power displayed by the fusion of the magical sacred flag and the magical sacred flag was already so terrifying that it shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surroundings to tremble. Du Tingxian looked at the sky. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and the divine thunder spear in his hand rippled with electric arcs. His expression was solemn. Legalism. A graceful figure swept across the sky. Her hair flowed freely. Like a fairy, she landed lightly in front of the courtyard. Xiao Jing, are you here to see your mother? An old man appeared in front of the courtyard. When Du Xiaofu entered legalism for the second time, it was this old man who brought Du Xiaofu to the main hall. In the end, Du Xiaofu was suppressed by Han Ju. This old man's surname was Han. He was Han Aodong Sr. I'm here to take my mother out. Du Xiaojing said. He did not hide anything. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. He said, your mother is cultivating. The divine ancestor intends to nurture your mother. It's not appropriate for her to go out now. Are you going to stop me? Du Xiaojing looked at the old man and said calmly. Xiaojing, you know what the consequences are. Why do you have to do this? This is already the best outcome. With the calamity before us, the school of legalism will be able to stay safe. You will also have a bright future ahead of you, the old man said sincerely. You can't stop me. Du Xiaojing said and walked toward the courtyard. Whoosh! The old man appeared in front of Du Xiaojing. His old face was calm. He looked at Du Xiaojing and said, "Child, I've been cultivating for a long time, but I'm no longer your opponent. I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm also happy that you're a descendant of legalism. However, if you want to take your mother away today, you'll have to walk over my dead body. You're my senior. You've also guided me in my cultivation. You know that I won't kill you." Du Xiaojing frowned. Creak, the wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open. A beautiful woman walked out. She was otherworldly. She walked over proudly for no reason. "Mother." Du Xiaojing's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes were clear and there was a smile on her face. Aodong, the old man turned around and looked at Han Aodong. "It's been so many years. It's enough. Legalism still wants to bully us today." Han Aodong looked at the old man with the surname Han. There was a sense of majesty on her breathtaking face. "Legalism is for the good of you and your mother. If you want to leave, you know the consequences. The desolate country and the Du family will not be at peace." The old man with the surname Han said. His words were sincere and there was a hidden meaning behind them. Bang! A muffled sound was suddenly emitted when the old man with the surname Han's voice sounded. His body flew out like a stone being thrown. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and landed 1,000 feet away. "It's enough for you to bully our family of 4. Next time, I won't hold back. Take care," Han Aodong said. Her eyes shone brightly as she opened them. "Mother, brother is not dead. He's here. Father is here too," Du Xiaojing said to Han Aodong. She did not look at the old man with the surname Han. "Your father and brother are here to pick us up." Han Aodong ran her fingers through her hair to hide the excitement in her heart. She also could not hide the nervousness in her heart. She looked at her daughter and said, "Accompany mother back to the room. Mother wants to change her clothes to meet your father and brother." "Okay." Du Xiaojing nodded and smiled. It was extremely moving. "Is your father old now?" "No, he's still as valiant and elegant as ever, with a unique charm." 2 beautiful figures flew into the sky. The old man with the surname Han struggled to get up from the ground. His old face was mottled with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 2 beautiful figures leaving with a complicated look in his eyes. In the sky, Du Xiaofu kept spitting out blood. However, he was not dispirited. He was still doing his best. Du Xiaofu wanted to break free from the suppression. The 36 feathers of the rock and the will of the golden-winged rock in his body were exploding. It was as if a humanoid rock was exerting its final power. Chapter 2194. Bang! A beam of starlight fell from the heavens and smashed into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu was knocked back, and Du Xiaofu coughed up blood again. Du Xiaofu's body also began to crack, and his thunder martial vein had already dimmed. The Rock Emperor is already heavily injured. He can't fight anymore. The desolate country army was solemn. Everyone's eyes trembled. Under such heavy injuries, it would be difficult for him to hold on. Du Xiaofu can't hold on anymore. He's dead for sure. He still hasn't broken through to the Saint Realm. No matter how talented he is, what's the use? He's still going to stop here. If he doesn't enter the Saint Realm, he'll always be an ant. Sky City was in an uproar, and it was extremely noisy. Everyone who supported legalism was extremely happy. They were looking forward to Du Xiaofu's defeat, or even his death. At this moment, even Master Huolei's scarlet-blue flaming eyes had unknowingly turned serious. How could Master Huolei not feel that this brat really couldn't hold on anymore? It was already a miracle that he could hold on until now. Even if he was compared to those ancient paragons of the same realm, he would be able to sweep through all of them. However, Du Xiaofu was still holding on. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his cracked body was drenched in blood. It made him look even more ferocious. His eyes showed no fear on his pale face. It seemed like he was at his limit, but there were many times when Du Xiaofu relied on Fang Jijia's mysterious power to revive everything in his body, and he was still able to hold on. Everything is being suppressed. Even my primordial spirit and meridian spirit are being suppressed. If this continues, I'm really going to lose. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. The feathers of the great ping wings on his back had already shattered, leaving only 36 true ping feathers that were about to wither and emit a golden light. Du Xiaofu was the clearest about his own condition. At this moment, the Daoyuo sword formation, meridian soul, and primordial spirit were also being suppressed. They were also exhausted to the extreme. Their bodies were cracked and blood flowed out. The indestructible Xian body could not withstand the pressure and was almost torn apart. Moo! Amidst the vision, Qin Yanlong's vain soul, Qi, roared as it came, wanting to destroy everything. Its huge body was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to crush the heavens. With the power of the spell and the warlock saint flag, its power was even more terrifying. Bang! This enormous hoe carried with it a monstrous force as it smashed into the five-fingered golden mountain peak formed by Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The heavy impact caused everyone's heart to involuntarily tremble. The void rumbled and shattered, bringing with it mists as it erupted. Light overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to devour everything. On the peak of the five-finger mountain, there were golden talisman patterns fluctuating. The aura caused the mountains to rumble, and they were knocked back continuously in the void. Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. When his primordial spirit and meridian soul were struck, it was equivalent to his main body being struck by such a violent impact. Crack, crack, under everyone's gaze, several large cracks appeared on Du Xiaofu's physical body. His clothes were torn, and golden blood accompanied by faint purple electric arcs fluctuated. It was shocking. Brother! Rock Emperor! Brother Xiaofu is here. Hold on. Du Xiaoqing, Ghost Chariot, Tiger King, Du Shui, Du Hao, and the others gritted their teeth, their eyes trembling. They clenched their fists tightly, and their fingertips sank deep into their flesh. Roar! Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar that exploded in the void. Roar, the dragon's roar and the elephant's cry were vast and mighty. The domineering roar was like heavenly thunder that reverberated endlessly. Electric arcs swept across, causing the world to tremble and the universe to rumble. Many phantoms that were pouncing towards the world formed by the combination of the power of the spell and the warlock saint flag were shattered and destroyed one after another. How perverted! As expected of the Demon King. In Sky City, the experts and disciples of legalism were secretly shocked. As expected of the Demon King. At this time, he was still able to mobilize such a terrifying aura. It was too ferocious and chilling. Du Xiaofu kept vomiting blood. He was really exhausted and severely injured. His physical body was severely cracked and dripping with blood. If this continues, it will be a hopeless situation. Why can't I break through? Is it really a drumbeat of energy, then a decline of energy, and a depletion of energy by the third? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. If this continues, it will be a hopeless situation. He wanted to break through again, but in the end, he was still affected and failed, unable to take another step forward. I don't believe that anyone can stop me from breaking through. Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. At this time, only a breakthrough could reverse the situation. Boom! His aura gushed out. Du Xiaofu's body was dazzling. A mysterious energy rolled out. He wanted to break through by force. He wanted to take another step forward in this hopeless situation and step into the sage realm. Du Xiaofu was very clear about his situation. Only a breakthrough could give him hope. Otherwise, he would stop here today. He still wants to break through. The eyes of all the experts present trembled. They could sense Du Xiaofu's intentions. Even at this moment, Devil King Du Xiaofu was still thinking of breaking through in the midst of battle. Humph, you overestimate yourself. There is no chance. Qin Yunlong sneered. Not to mention that the former's chances of breaking through were very slim. Basically, there was no chance of success. After failing again and again, how could he break through to the Sage Realm? Moreover, he would not give him another chance. Boom! Moo! Qin Yunlong's aura collapsed and suppressed Du Xiaofu's physical body. His meridian spirit, Hui, kept colliding with the 5 peaks, not giving Du Xiaofu any chance to breathe. Bang, bang! Du Xiaofu continued to hold on with his remaining strength. During this process, he kept trying to break through by force. His aura rose, but it was always blocked. It was as if there was an invisible hand isolating everything. His aura had risen to the bottleneck, but Du Xiaofu was still unable to break through. The situation was getting worse. Du Xiaofu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His physical body had cracked and his flesh was badly mutilated. Du Xiaofu's clothes were covered in blood. Even the Depeng golden wings on his back were badly mutilated. Du Xiaofu's aura, which had just risen, was beaten down again. His aura became very sluggish, as if he could be killed at any time. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was also very shocked and depressed. At this point, he had even used the Warlock Saint flag and his Meridian Spirit. However, he was still unable to completely kill Yi Shiwen. That little bastard was too strange. His seemingly sluggish and cracked body was like a sponge. It was like a well deep in the mountains. It looked dry, but deep down, it was still wet and could not be completely dried up. Rock Emperor. Brother Xiaofu. The desolate country's army trembled and screamed in their hearts. That bloody figure could not calm them down. Whoosh, whoosh, from the sky, 2 graceful figures appeared in the void. They cut through the void and appeared. The 2 beautiful figures were in the sky. One of them had a graceful figure in a green dress. Her black hair fell to her perky buttocks. Her delicate face revealed an otherworldly elegance. The other was a beautiful woman, otherworldly. These 2 people were Du Xiaojing and Han Aodong. The movement in the void caught the attention of Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing immediately. When he saw that scene, purple lightning suddenly surged in Du Xiaojing's eyes. Xiaofu, my son, Han Aodong looked up and saw a young man covered in blood. It made her heart bleed. From her seemingly delicate body, a majestic and desolate aura rushed into the sky. She said in a delicate voice, "Haven't you bullied my family enough? Today, whoever dares to touch my son, I will fight them to the death." Her voice reverberated through the void. Many, Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing, are here. When they saw the mother and daughter, many of the legalism elders and experts suddenly became serious. Du Xiaojing had also recently stepped into the Saint Plane. If there were any changes, it would be a big problem. In front of the desolate country's army, Du Tingxian suddenly trembled. He immediately looked up at the Sky City. The 2 people he had been thinking about day and night had appeared there. Mother. Caught in a desperate situation, Du Xiaofu, who was in imminent danger, looked down and saw a familiar figure. It was his mother. I will fight it out with you. Mother. Han Aodong shouted. Her voice was hoarse. In an instant, her blood qi rushed into the sky. The sound of wind and thunder rang out from her body. Her body was covered in runes. Her forehead shone. Her eyes were bright and her aura shook the sky. Seeing En's blood-stained figure, seeing En's blood-drenched figure, Han Aodong immediately flew into a rage. Madness was the nature of a mother. Boom! Bright runes rushed out from all around. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Han Aodong's figure was in the sky. The primordial spirit storm around her was magnificent and desolate. It had a pressure that could not be challenged. A vision appeared on the void paper, covering the world. A terrifying aura instantly filled the sky. It was as if it could suppress the world, destroy everything, and shatter the void. This aura made the experts of legalism present suddenly change their expressions. Over the years, Han Aodong's cultivation had become more and more powerful. She was not far from the Saint Plane. This is their end. No one can interfere. Today, your family will be reunited. Nothing will happen, Qin Tiangu said. A ripple appeared in Qin Tiangu's eyes without leaving a trace. He flicked his sleeve and immediately set up a screen of light above Sky City, isolating Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing from each other. Mother. Du Xiaojing's eyes swept over Huolei and little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, the green fox monster, and his father, Du Tingxian. His eyes flickered and he pulled his mother. In the Sky City, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared on a tall building. He held a flagon of wine and drank alone. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sky. His eyes were blood-red. He thought back to when his mother was imprisoned by Han Ju in the legalism. Her tears were bloody and red. Those were tears of blood. That scene was still vivid in Du Xiaofu's mind, and anger burned in his chest. Veins bulged on Du Xiaofu's face. Purple gold lightning flickered in his eyes. They flickered with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, he was still being suppressed and was in imminent danger. He didn't even have the strength to fight for his life. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was blocked once again. He was powerless to do anything. A vein on his face twitched. Mother, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly like the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant. His fury was like the eruption of a volcano, and his voice went from low to high as he gradually roared. His face flushed red, veins popped out, and his expression was savage. Break through! Break through! Du Xiaofu roared. Along with his anger, his withering aura erupted like a volcano again. The disciples of legalism all felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. A feeling of horror surged from the depths of their souls. The Demon King was just too savage. Chapter 2195. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Boom. Du Xiaofu was enraged. He used all his strength to break through. Heaven and earth resonated, and his aura shook the sky. With Du Xiaofu as the center, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden light filled the air, and golden runes appeared around him. It was as if the shadow of the rock was condensed again. Looking up at the sky, Du Xiaofu tried to break through to the Saint Plane. Golden runes continued to rush toward the bottleneck, communicating with a holy aura. No way, can this guy really break through? Some strong cultivators were astonished. Looking at the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, there were signs that he was about to break through. It can't be. It's almost impossible to break through after the first failure of the Saint Plane. This Demon King has failed consecutively. Can he still break through? Some people were doubtful and refused to believe it. In ancient times, when heavenly sovereigns ruled the world, they had never heard of anyone who failed to break through to the Saint Plane one after another and succeeded in the end. That was almost impossible. While everyone was guessing and doubting, Qin Yunlong's face was gloomy. He could not accept the fact that this little bastard was so strange after such a long battle. Qin Yanlong's heart sank. Within the momentum of the spell and the wizard saint flag, stars rolled and divine birds and strange beasts appeared in the sky, as if they were pushing the world. With brilliant talisman patterns and terrifying attacks, they continued to crush Du Xiaofu. Qin Yunlong wanted to kill Du Xiaofu completely. He would not give Du Xiaofu any chance. Too strong. The strong cultivators of the desolate country army were shocked. Qin Yunlong's cultivation and the warlock Saint Flag were too strong. The huge power seemed to be able to control heaven and earth. It was hair-raising. Du Xiaofu was once again crushed by such a huge force. His body shook and blood flowed out. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was once again seriously injured. It was too horrible to look at. Xiaofu, on the city in the sky, Han Aodong screamed. Her heart was bleeding. Father, hold on. At this moment, little Xingxing's tiny fists were tightly clenched together as golden flames flickered in his eyes. Rock Emperor. Brother Xiaofu. The disciples of the desolate nation and the Du family were all screaming in their hearts. Why? Why isn't it enough? Is the heavens trying to stop me? Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. At this moment, he was in despair. If this continued, he would definitely die. Having been severely injured, Du Xiaofu's body found it increasingly difficult to hold on. His essence soul bloodline soul was being suppressed by the Hui bloodline soul. The situation was getting worse and worse, and the crisis had reached its peak. Drip, drip, Du Xiaofu's entire body was covered in golden blood. From the moment he walked out of the stone city until now, this battle might not have been the most dangerous, but it was definitely the most powerless. He could be completely suppressed at any time and be seriously injured to the extreme. The situation was too dangerous. I can't break through. I can't break through no matter what. Du Xiaofu realized the seriousness of the problem. He had been unable to break through. He had exhausted all his means but to no avail. No matter how hard he tried to break through, it would be useless. Du Xiaofu finally understood. No wonder people said that once one failed to break through to the holy martial realm, it would get harder and harder. He had failed repeatedly, which meant that it was impossible for him to step into the holy martial realm. Why can't I? I can't accept this. Du Xiaofu was furious. He could feel the breakthrough, but he just couldn't. Was the heavens trying to stop him? Or was he missing something? Break through, Du Xiaofu roared again. He was still unwilling to give up. While fighting against Qin Yanlong, he unleashed the power hidden in his bones and tried his best to break through. Bang! Du Xiaofu suffered another strike, and he was blasted backwards. His body flew through the air, shattering the void, and blood splattered all over. Before the rising aura could start, it dissipated again. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Du Xiaofu struggled to get up in the void. The golden wings on his back had withered and broken, dripping with blood. The 36 feathers of the rock were also cracked, as if they were about to shatter. Du Xiaofu had failed, but he was unwilling to accept this. There was a kind of unparalleled brutality and madness in him. Du Xiaofu's body was almost completely cracked, revealing his golden bones and flowing blood. Xiaofu, my child. Han Aodong's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was filled with pain. That was her flesh and blood, who had been tortured since birth. Almost all the pain in the world had fallen on him, but her child had gritted his teeth time and time again, rising through miracles to counterattack. However, at this moment, legalism was still unwilling to let him go and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. This was her child, her flesh and blood. Looking at the bloody, bone-deep body that was about to be torn apart, Han Aodong felt more pain than if she had been injured herself. Mother, Big Brother will be fine. I believe in Big Brother. I believe that Big Brother will be fine. Du Xiaojing pulled her mother, and her eyes were already wet. Looking at the young man who was bleeding in the void, Du Xiaojing felt a kind of stubbornness and unwillingness. She felt that he was not discouraged. This was the hope that her brother had given her. Qin Tiangu stood quietly in the void, as if he had traveled through time and space and descended directly from the ancient times. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Qin Tiangu's heart was also stirred. He had lived in that era and was once a peerless paragon. What kind of descendants had he not seen? What kind of mysterious and amazing talents had he not seen before? Many young paragons had shocked the ancient times, but in the end, they all died. There was a saying since ancient times that paragons were like beautiful women, and they were not allowed to see white hair. Therefore, Qin Tiangu had seen too many stunning paragons, but in the end, they could not continue on and lost their brilliance and were about to fall. But at this moment, looking at the young man who was dripping with blood, Qin Tiangu could not help but feel moved. Such a junior had given him too much of a shock. In the ancient times, he would be able to sweep across all directions. Once he grew to the end, he would shake the 9 heavens. Qin Tiangu could not help but think that if such a junior could be used by legalism, how immeasurable would that be? He would be able to help legalism prosper. Unfortunately, such a young man and legalism would not rest until one of them was dead. At this time, he could only solve it. Otherwise, legalism would not prosper, but be annihilated. Du Xiaofu was vomiting blood non-stop. His entire chest was soaked with blood. Failure after failure, heavy injuries after heavy injuries. Du Xiaofu felt that he had really reached the end of his life. He had no more strength left. There seems to be something different. It's a strange feeling. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu calmed down after a short period of contemplation. He also felt something strange in his body. Du Xiaofu could feel that every time he failed to break through, the mysterious energy didn't completely dissipate. He did not know if it was because of Fang Jijia's ultimacy or the immortal Xian body, but there was a trace of mysterious energy that was actually left in the depths of his physical body. Even he could not detect it. If his physical body had not suffered such heavy injuries, coupled with the calmness just now, Du Xiaofu would not have been able to detect it. Bang! In this short period of time, Du Xiaofu was suppressed again. The shadows of the divine birds and ferocious beasts were like living creatures. They crushed Du Xiaofu's body fiercely. Du Xiaofu could not avoid it and was sent flying. Du Xiaofu vomited blood, and the cracks on his body became more and more severe. However, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu struggled to fight again. Oh my God! Some of the legalism experts in Sky City could not help but exclaim. At this point, the Demon King was still able to hold on. The Rock Emperor. The desolate country's army cried out in alarm, worried that the blood-stained figure would fall and disappear. There really is something different. After Du Xiaofu struggled to get up, his pale face revealed some doubt and surprise. Du Xiaofu felt that every time Qin Yanlong suppressed him, the mysterious energy was able to integrate more and more with his bones and body. He was able to suppress the mysterious energy into the depths of his body. Du Xiaofu even felt that the reason he was able to withstand Qin Yanlong's heavy blows time and time again was because of Fang Jijia's profound meaning, the immortal Xian body, and the foundation of the golden-winged rock body. However, this was not all. The mysterious energy in his body was also an important reason. When Qin Yanlong's suppressive attacks fell on his body, his immortal Xian body and Fang Jijia's profound meaning coincidentally merged with the mysterious energy into the depths of his body. Du Xiaofu carefully sensed that as the mysterious energy merged with the depths of his body, it became exceptionally strong. There was a vague feeling of boundless vastness. It was very mysterious. This feeling made Du Xiaofu estimate that if enough of the mysterious energy entered his body, then his body would reach a higher level. He would be able to sublimate himself in this desperate situation. At that time, there would be unexpected benefits. Unfortunately, the mysterious energy would only leave a part of it in his body after a forced breakthrough failed and dissipated. Moreover, it was only with the help of Qin Yanlong's suppression that the mysterious energy could perfectly merge with his body. I can't break through to the Saint Realm, but if my body can sublimate at this time, then I might be able to obtain endless benefits. Chapter 2196. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, deep in thought. However, it was too dangerous to do so. Once he could not withstand Qin Yunlong's suppression, he would face the real danger of being destroyed, both body and soul. Sensing the change in Du Xiaofu, Qin Yunlong was puzzled. That kid seemed to have suddenly felt something different. There's no way out. I'll take the risk and break through the bottleneck. I'll borrow the power to reach the extreme. Du Xiaofu quickly made a decision. At this point, there was no way out but to retreat. Looking at his mother and sister below Sky City from the corner of his eye, Du Xiaofu knew he had to take the risk. Retreating was never Du Xiaofu's choice. Breakthrough for me. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth, his whole body glowing, like a spring gushing out from a well that was on the verge of drying up. A golden light surged out, shaking the void as he tried to break through again. It can't be. This demon king is still thinking about breaking through to the Saint Realm. Many people were shocked. At this point it was difficult to even escape. The demon king was seriously injured to such an extent, and he clearly knew that the chances of breaking through were slim, yet he was still trying to break through. This was too cruel. Was he not afraid of death? Death is near and you still want to break through. You overestimate yourself. Qin Yunlong shouted. His voice was like thunder, and his momentum collapsed. It transformed into a giant palm that emitted a resplendent radiance. Mysterious runes interweaved, and it was as resplendent as the sun as it bombarded towards Du Xiaofu. Come! Du Xiaofu shouted, savage and cruel, violent and awe-inspiring. Boom! Du Xiaofu was sent flying again, spitting out blood. Golden blood spurted out from his body. The supreme blood did not dissipate, rising again, and the aura of breaking through also dissipated again. Qi! In the space not far away, Du Xiaofu got up again. He stood in the void with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. However, there was a sneer in his eyes. Everything was going according to Du Xiaofu's plan. This time, he purposely made use of Qin Yanlong's power to capture even more of the mysterious power brought about by the forced breakthrough and fused it into the depths of his body. It was as if a seed had been buried in the depths of his body. The seemingly broken body was the soil in which the seed had been planted. In the depths of the mottled soil, a seed was taking root and sprouting. As long as it was fertilized and watered, sooner or later, some new life would break out of the soil and blossom with vitality. Raising his blood-stained hand, Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold smile appeared on his face, but it only made him look even more ferocious. Breakthrough. No one can stop me from breaking through, not even the heavens. Du Xiaofu roared. He exhausted all his strength and burned his blood to break through the bottleneck again. He wanted to break through to the Saint Martial realm. Everyone was dumbfounded and their eyes were dull. At this time, the Demon King still wanted to break through. He knew it was impossible, but he still did it. He was so cruel. Outside Sky City, in the vast plaza, this huge commotion had already attracted many powerhouses. They stood far away and did not dare to approach. However, when they saw the terrifying commotion in front of them, they were so shocked that their hearts trembled. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is not dead. He is fighting with the divine ancestor of legalism, Qin Yanlong. The Demon King has failed to break through again and again, but he is still trying to break through. How cruel. Qin Yanlong has been a Saint Martial realm expert for a long time. The Demon King is so strong that he can fight to this extent. As expected of the Demon King, the onlookers watched from afar and felt their hair stand on end. They were terrified. In my world, I am the heavens. I can't even protect myself, let alone break through. Qin Yanlong roared. He actually did not kill that brat. This was too strange. If he continued to fight, he would lose face. Rumble. He could no longer maintain his face. Qin Yanlong formed a hand seal and the Dharma sage flag unfurled in the void. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky all around. It was as if a god had appeared and pushed the sun, moon, and stars. It carried the mountains, rivers, and earth and directly suppressed Du Xiaofu. This kind of power was too great. Du Xiaofu did not dare to take it head-on. Qin Yanlong wanted to kill him. Purple gold heavenly tower, Daluo sword formation, help me. Du Xiaofu said. The purple gold heavenly tower in his palm that he had not used yet left his hand. Buzz. Wind and thunder resounded. The purple gold heavenly tower appeared in the sky. It was as if a phoenix was facing the sun, as if a divine turtle was entrenched. A dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. Dazzling talisman runes soared into the sky, causing wind and thunder to blow. Ghosts cried and gods howled as if there were gods and demons roaring. Rumble. Rumble. A terrifying demonic aura swept out, and the void trembled violently. As the purple gold light bloomed, the god of weapons appeared in the sky. It was as if an azure dragon had soared into the sky and dominated the 9 heavens. With the appearance of such a divine weapon, the surrounding void collapsed. The terrifying aura made one's soul tremble. This was the power of the purple gold heavenly tower itself. With Du Xiaofu's current situation, he was unable to activate the purple gold heavenly tower. He could only rely on the purple gold heavenly tower itself. That's the Demon King's weapon. It's a divine weapon. Divine. When the purple gold heavenly tower appeared in the sky, everyone was shocked. The powerful power was as if a peerless demon had awakened and was looking down on the world. It was enough to destroy everything. Awu. The appearance of the peerless divine weapon was accompanied by the cries of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and tortoises. In an instant, within the dazzling purple gold runes, the shadows of a green dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise appeared. When the shadows of the 4 beasts appeared, the space around them collapsed. The shocking pressure became even more shocking. The aura of the peerless divine weapon spread out, directly occupying the sky. The terrifying aura of the 4-headed shadows surged in all directions, blotting out the heavens and the earth. As the terrifying sword chi swept through the air, streaks of sword light flew out, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the spatial ripples. Whoosh, 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 the Daluo sword formation also erupted at the end. Resplendent sword light tore through the air, intimidating the soul. Rumble, this kind of collision caused the void to sink and explode unceasingly. Everyone was terrified as they stared into the depths of the void. However, the weaker beings didn't even dare to raise their heads. Just a glance at the collision was too much for them to bear. After a few seconds, everything calmed down a little. Under many trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu spat out blood. His body was blasted away once more, and blood poured out like a waterfall. The purple gold heavenly tower and the Daluo sword formation dimmed. The sword light and the 4 beasts were crushed. Come! Qin Yunlong shouted. The wizarding saint flag spread out from the void like a tornado. Accompanied by a powerful force, it was resplendent and dazzling. With a supreme force, it enveloped the Daluo sword formation behind the purple gold heavenly tower. Regardless of whether it was the Daluo sword formation or the purple gold heavenly tower, how could Qin Yunlong not be tempted by such treasures? Qin Yunlong was sure that if these 2 treasures fell into his hands and he refined them, they would be enough to help him dominate the world. Buzz. Awu. The Daluo sword formation and the purple gold heavenly tower rumbled. They wanted to break free from the wizarding saint flag's imprisonment, but they were suppressed by the wizarding saint flag's supreme force and could not break free. In the end, they were completely imprisoned by the wizarding saint flag, sealed by the might of the wizarding saint flag. Du Xiaofu stood up again. His body had cracked to a terrifying extent. His body was almost completely shattered. His bones were dripping with blood, and his skin was torn open. Even his internal organs could be seen in a few large cracks. When he saw Du Xiaofu stand up, Qin Yunlong could no longer remain calm. Qin Yunlong really didn't want to believe it, nor could he accept everything. Even at this stage, that little bastard was like an unkillable cockroach that could get up again and again. If it were anyone else, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Break through for me. Du Xiaofu stood up and roared. He used all his strength and rushed out of his body once again. He wanted to break through the bottleneck and forcefully break through. Rumble. Perhaps it was because Du Xiaofu's stubbornness and ferocity time and time again that it resonated with heaven and earth. The surroundings trembled, and light overflowed into the sky. Du Xiaofu seemed to have connected heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying wave descended from the depths of the void. Pressure surged and rumbled with his body. A mysterious saintly might filled the sky. Oh my God, he can't really succeed, right? There were experts who cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. I've said it before. This is my world, and I am the heavens. How can you go against the heavens? Qin Yunlong roared angrily. His expression was already cold. He threw out a punch, and accompanied by the roars of divine birds and ferocious beasts, it collapsed heavily. Rumble. Such a punch shattered the void and sent Du Xiaofu flying again. Ah, such a heavy blow caused Du Xiaofu to vomit blood and cry out in pain. At this point of exhaustion, such a heavy blow was too heavy. Du Xiaofu felt like his body was about to shatter, and his flesh was about to be smashed into meat paste. Although Du Xiaofu had experienced the tempering of his physical body countless times, it was still unbearable. Such an intense pain was still unbearable. It was too torturous. It was a painful torment. However, Du Xiaofu didn't forget his original intention. With Qin Yunlong's strength, he let the mysterious power left behind by the failure of the breakthrough fuse into the depths of his physical body. This breakthrough caused a huge commotion, and the mysterious power left behind was also extraordinarily large. This mysterious power came from heaven and earth. Under Qin Yunlong's heavy blow, it helped Du Xiaofu fuse into the depths of his physical body. When this mysterious power entered Du Xiaofu's physical body, it emitted a divine brilliance with auspicious clouds. However, it was undetectable in the depths of his physical body. However, the power just now was extraordinarily large. In addition to Qin Yunlong's heavy blow, Du Xiaofu's physical body was already on the verge of cracking. It was as if Du Xiaofu was going to be completely torn apart. Ah, Du Xiaofu screamed again. He was coughing up blood, and blood was flowing out of his body. The cracks all over his body were also intensifying. He was like a bomb that could explode at any time. Fuse completely. Du Xiaofu roared in his heart again. He gritted his teeth and endured everything. With the help of Qin Yunlong's strength, he guided the mysterious power into the depths of his physical body. Finally, it covered his entire body, and he wanted to complete the ultimate sublimation of his physical body. Du Xiaofu wanted his physical body to obtain supreme benefits. Since he couldn't really break through to the saint realm, his physical body was his only choice. There was no way back. Chapter 2197. Boom! A trembling sound came from Du Xiaofu's body, and wisps of divine light spread out from his body. In an instant, there was a dazzling fluctuation of light from Du Xiaofu's body. At that moment, waves of energy descended from all directions and surged into Du Xiaofu's body. They were absorbed by Du Xiaofu. Oh no! Qin Yanlong's expression changed. He felt that some things were beyond his expectations. It turned out that the little bastard had been using him to make a breakthrough. Something's not right. The old monster green fox, the nether demon, little Xingxing, Duga Skyburn, and other existences also saw that change. It seemed that there was something wrong with everything. Du Xiaofu was completely fusing with the mysterious power in his body. He did not give up and wanted to sublimate his body to another level. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Divine light surged out from his body and resonated with heaven and earth. What's going on with that demon king? Is he about to make a breakthrough? Legalism experts, elders, and clansmen in Sky City were all stunned. It seemed that the demon king Du Xiaofu was not right. It seemed that he was about to make a breakthrough. Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Every inch of his flesh and blood surged with a mysterious light. His body was like a small sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! The sky rumbled. Mysterious talisman runes appeared around Du Xiaofu's body, emitting a mysterious power with a saintly aura. This time, Qin Yanlong's technique could not be stopped by space. There was even an invisible aura that was sacred and domineering. It made Qin Yanlong's heart tremble for no reason. Fusion, sublimate to the extreme. Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. He did his best to fill his body with the mysterious power in his body. It was as if he was fertilizing the mottled soil. He wanted the seed to sprout and break through the soil. The void rumbled, and heaven and earth trembled. This commotion caused Qin Yunlong to be stunned. Rumble, heavenly music resounded in the void, and the light was dazzling. From the depths of the blue dome of heaven, brilliant light and mysterious power descended, pouring down on Du Xiaofu's body. It seemed that he was about to experience some kind of success. Pucci, however, in the next instant, Du Xiaofu coughed out a mouthful of supreme being blood. His body flew out, and the light around him dimmed. All the movements and pressure in the surroundings disappeared. Du Xiaofu's body was covered in cracks and blood was flowing out. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Even his internal organs could be clearly seen. On Du Xiaofu's back, the Depeng golden wings were about to fall off. There were several large wounds on Du Xiaofu's back and chest, almost tearing his body apart. This made one's hair stand on end. Pucci, Du Xiaofu kept coughing up blood. The blood in his body was also flowing out, but it was getting smaller and smaller. It wasn't that Du Xiaofu's wounds were getting smaller, but that the blood flowing out of his body was getting smaller and smaller. His blood was almost dried up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's injuries were extremely severe. He was almost torn apart. Looking from afar, Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be barely pieced together. Any movement would be enough to shatter it. Moo! In the void not far away, Qin Yanlong's Hui beast vein spirit was no different from a living creature. It roared like thunder, destroying everything in its path. It kept hitting the five-fingered golden mountain, leaving deep cracks on it. It seemed that the sturdy five-fingered mountain was in danger of shattering. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth as he supported his body that had been torn to pieces. His expression was grave. It seemed like he was about to succeed. Just as he was about to succeed, he failed at the last step. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu knew that his failure was because he was still a little short of that mysterious power. He was just a little bit away from success. However, this failure also made Du Xiaofu's injuries worse. His body was almost torn apart. It was a kind of backlash. Du Xiaofu looked a little sluggish. He was thinking. If this went on, if it happened again, he was afraid that his body would collapse without Qin Yanlong's help. It seems like he's in a desperate situation. There are no more miracles. It's impossible to make a comeback. The spectators in the distance and the people in Sky City were silent. Du Xiaofu was in a desperate situation. After all, he couldn't be compared with a real Saint Realm expert. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in battle. Failure after failure meant that he was destined to have no fate with the Saint Martial Realm in the future. It's time to stop here. He might even lose his life. Some of the spectators in the distance sighed. The demon king Du Xiaofu's talent was too heaven-defying. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was about to fall at this moment. He might even lose his life. He's dead for sure. He's doomed to fall. So what if his talent is great? In the end, he will stop at the Saint Realm. His previous brilliance is nothing. The brilliance at the end is the true brilliance of the world. Many people from the legalism group sneered and were very happy. Many old men and experts from the legalism group heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, this big problem was finally no longer a problem. Du Xiaofu stood in the void. His injuries were severe to the extreme. His body was in tatters. Even his blood had almost dried up. His body was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. The Daluo sword formation and the purple golden lightning were imprisoned. The scarlet horse monkey's soul and spirit were also in imminent danger. Du Xiaofu was truly in a desperate situation. Seeing this, Qin Yanlong was in no hurry to make a move. He knew that a casual slap from him at this moment would be enough to tear this little bastard to pieces. Little bastard, is this the end? If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, perhaps I will spare your life today. Qin Yanlong sneered. His voice was ear-piercing. He deliberately mixed his voice with Xian Qi and echoed in the world. In the depths of Qin Yanlong's heart, how could he really let Du Xiaofu go? Even if he had to kowtow 3 times, he still wouldn't let him go. All he wanted was humiliation. He only wanted more humiliation before this little bastard died. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Rock Emperor. Brother Xiaofu. The desolate country army and the disciples of the Du family couldn't help but tremble. The black-haired man had fought until the last drop of blood. He was still standing tall. How shocking. Han Aodong didn't cry anymore. She just looked up at the bloody man's eyes in the void. Even the word pain could not describe it. Come again. Just a little more. Du Xiaofu stood shakily in the void. At this moment, he knew that if he failed, his body would be torn apart and he would be killed by himself. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He didn't retreat. Just a little more. Du Xiaofu didn't want to give up. He couldn't give up either. The hand seals were condensing. In Du Xiaofu's shaky body, Fang Jijia's ultimacy was circulating. He was accumulating energy and his aura fluctuated. Boom! When Du Xiaofu's last hand seal was condensed, the golden blood in his body suddenly shone brightly. It was the burning of the sovereign blood. The burning of the sovereign blood was self-destruction. This was self-torture. It was purely playing with himself to death. Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. If he failed this time, he wouldn't be far from death. At this moment, only by burning the sovereign blood could he continue accumulating energy to break through the bottleneck. Just relying on the recovery of Fang Jijia's ultimacy was far from enough to accumulate enough energy to break through the bottleneck again. Breaking through the bottleneck and trying to break through by force was just what others thought. However, Du Xiaofu's true goal was to capture the mysterious energy of heaven and earth if he failed. Du Xiaofu felt that he was just a little bit away from that mysterious energy, and then the seed in his body would sprout and break out of the ground. However, if he failed again, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that his body and soul would be destroyed. Boom! Du Xiaofu was fearless. He had already made his decision. He didn't turn back. This was Du Xiaofu's stubbornness and self-confidence. Break through! Du Xiaofu shouted. His exhausted aura, supported by the burning of the sovereign blood and Fang Jijia's ultimacy, once again soared into the sky. In an instant, the void shook. Rumble, at this moment, the sky trembled. Wind and thunder resounded. A mysterious energy descended, illuminating the surroundings. This kind of movement caused people's hearts to tremble and their souls to feel uneasy. The Demon King is burning the sovereign blood. He still won't give up. He wants to break through by force. Burning the sovereign blood, if he fails, it's the same as courting death. The Demon King won't let himself go. He's too savage. Everyone was shocked and their eyes trembled. The Demon King's actions were truly incomprehensible. Chapter 2198. Rock Emperor, you must succeed. Big Brother Xiaofu. The desolate country's army and the Du clan's disciples clenched their fists tightly and stared intently. This was their last hope and the desolate country's hope. Succeed. You must succeed. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others all had solemn expressions as they clenched their fists and weapons tightly. On the warship, there was a beautiful figure tempting him. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with mist, and her face was enough to cause the downfall of countries and cities. She was Yi Zijin. Her eyes were grave and her face was ashen. She didn't speak, but she bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. There was also the phantom, Blood-Vine Spirit, and the others looking at the sky with grave expressions. Child, you must succeed. The desolate country can't do without you. Tianwu Academy can't do without you. The South Vanquishing Prince, the North Vanquishing Prince, and the elders of the Du clan were muttering and praying. I've said it before. How can you defy the heavens? Looking at the commotion caused by Du Xiaofu, Qin Yanlong felt uneasy. Without further delay, he formed seals with his hands. Boom! In an instant, Qin Yanlong formed a palm that was as resplendent as the stars. It was covered in dazzling talisman runes and expanded with the wind. Accompanied by the illusory figures of divine beasts, it smashed the void. Wherever the palm passed, the void would shatter as it smashed heavily towards Du Xiaofu. Boom, boom, ow-woo, the void exploded and energy surged. Violent energy swept across the area as the deafening cries of the divine beasts were incessant. The commotion in the void disappeared. When the void that had been blasted apart was restored once again, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's burning self-esteem was extinguished. His aura was also extremely weak. Crack, crack, Du Xiaofu no longer spat out blood. His body was cracking continuously, but there was no more blood flowing out. Du Xiaofu's entire body seemed to have withered and lost its luster. The cracks on his body grew larger and larger until there were no more fluctuations of light. Even his skull began to emit cracking sounds. Du Xiaofu's body was completely cracked. At this moment it was not difficult for everyone to discover that Du Xiaofu's body did not have any aura fluctuations. It was like an oil lamp that had run out of light and vitality. Du Xiaofu's skull was cracking. Even if he wasn't dead, he was definitely not far from death. Rock Emperor. Brother Xiaofu. Within the army of the desolate country, a voice filled with grief could be heard. On the warship, there were people who staggered with tears in their eyes. They were filled with grief and indignation. Rock Emperor. The sorrowful cries of the warship resounded, the sorrowful song striking the foundations, shocking everyone. There won't be any miracles this time, right? He failed, ignited his supreme being blood, destined to fall. Sigh, his talent is too heaven-defying, but he still can't step into the saint realm. This has incurred the jealousy of the heavens. The onlookers in the distance sighed. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's talent was too terrifying and abnormal, causing the heavens to be jealous and suppressed by the heavens. It's finally over. The disaster has been eliminated. In Sky City, the disciples of the legalism school cheered with joy. Qin Tiangu's eyes flickered, and then he looked at Huolei Zi without leaving a trace. Qin Tiangu had been staring at Huolei Zi, afraid that he would intervene. At this moment, seeing that Huolei Zi didn't really intervene, he was a little surprised. Du Xiaofu's body stood in the void just like that. Unknowingly, his eyes were closed tightly, and his head was lowered. His body was cracked to the extreme, and there was no longer any light. Even his aura could not be felt. Du Xiaofu had used up the last of his strength to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Even the sovereign blood had been burned. Du Xiaofu was truly an oil lamp that had run out of energy. There was no longer a trace of energy in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a real corpse. His whole body was shriveled, and there was no color of blood. He was like a withered tree trunk, empty and lifeless. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's consciousness still existed in his body. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be in this withered and lifeless body, and it was becoming more and more blurred. Du Xiaofu could still clearly feel that he had failed to break through under Qin Yanlong's palm, but he had clearly captured a lot of mysterious energy and merged it into his body. However, at this moment, it seemed that there was no reaction. He could not even feel the existence of that mysterious energy in his body. Du Xiaofu could not even feel Fang Jijia's mysterious profound energy. His body was truly an oil lamp that had run out of energy. Under the blurred consciousness, Du Xiaofu felt that his body was about to completely disintegrate, and he was about to die. Everything was dimming. Am I really going to die? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, but I don't want to die yet. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still unwilling to give up. There was a strong desire surging from the bottom of his heart. Du Xiaofu did not want to hand his life over to anyone. There were too many things that had yet to be done. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mind flashed with his mother, drunkard father, sister, little Xingxing, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, Du Xiaohuang, and the others. These were all things that he could not let go of. I can't die. There are too many people waiting for me. Du Xiaofu screamed in his heart. He was like a bright light in the darkness that refused to be extinguished. He was unwilling to give up. However, Du Xiaofu's body could not hold on any longer. His aura had completely faded, and there was no sign of life. Crack crack, faint cracking sounds kept coming from Du Xiaofu's body. Even his skull had started to crack. His body was about to die. Crack crack, not far away, the cracks on the Five-Finger Mountain seemed to be getting more and more serious. The light started to dim and the aura continued to fade. He's dead. He's finally dead. At this moment, Qin Yunlong, who had been staring at Du Xiaofu with rapt attention, revealed a cold smile on his aged face. Qin Yunlong could feel that the little bastard's body had completely lost its vitality. He was dead for sure. Dead. He's finally dead. Everyone in Sky City was cheering. They were overjoyed. The big problem was finally solved. Kid, you bastard. Are there no more miracles? Zhen Qingchuan's inverted triangular eyes were wet. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped up by Qin Yunlong's technique. He lowered his head but did not fall. The cracks on his body were like spider webs. He was like a dried corpse without any signs of life. He was like a completely dried up oil lamp. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resounded in the sky, and it caused all the living beings in the surroundings to tremble with fear and shudder for no reason. Boom. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, when Du Xiaofu's physical body completely lost its vitality, when it was completely exhausted, a mysterious power surged from the depths of his physical body. It was like a seed hidden in the depths of his body had started to sprout. It broke through the soil and bloomed with vitality. The mysterious energy gushed out and densely covered Du Xiaofu's entire body, and ancient and mysterious talisman markings gushed out. Rumble, everything happened very quickly. Just as Du Xiaofu's oil lamp was about to run out, a vast and mysterious aura surged into the sky like an ocean, shaking the void. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's technique and Warlock Saint flag could not stop it. That mysterious force surged out of Du Xiaofu's body, causing his body to glow. Divine light rippled, and mist gushed out. Rumble, at this moment, heaven and earth were also affected. Above the firmament, wind and clouds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A dazzling divine light, accompanied by a mysterious surging aura, suddenly descended from the firmament and landed on Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious aura that descended from the sky was fluctuating from runes and runes. It complemented the mysterious aura in Du Xiaofu's body. The two flowed like divine light and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Buzz, buzz. Du Xiaofu's body emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Inside his body, there was a clang. Originally, Du Xiaofu's body was dim and lifeless. However, at this moment, it was densely covered in divine light from the inside out and then from the outside in again. Every inch of Du Xiaofu's flesh and blood was blazing and dazzling. Along with the baptism of the mysterious aura, it emitted a vast and mighty pressure. In a flash, the wounds on Du Xiaofu's body miraculously healed. They were densely covered with purple electric arcs and nourished with golden blood. Buzz, buzz. The mysterious aura poured into Du Xiaofu's body, causing Du Xiaofu's body to feel like it was being cleansed. There was an endless clang that shook one's soul. Chapter 2199. At the same time, for some reason, the surrounding demonic beasts trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. The divine souls of the surrounding creatures trembled as they looked at the body that was burning with vitality again. They trembled from the bottom of their hearts and wanted to worship him involuntarily. The void in all directions was dazzling and rumbling like thunder. Du Xiaofu's head was still lowered and his eyes were tightly shut. His cracked body, dried-up aura, and withered golden rock wings were all turning around and reviving. Under the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, ancient runes appeared on Du Xiaofu's body, exuding a kind of divine dominance. Wisps of mysterious energy were visible to the naked eye, like spiritual snakes, surrounding Du Xiaofu's body. They descended from the 9 heavens according to a certain order and finally merged into Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! The dried-up vitality in Du Xiaofu's body was like a desert that had encountered dew and was reviving. Like soil that had recovered its vitality, it was full of vitality and instantly bloomed. What's going on? Qin Yanlong was shocked. That terrifying aura made his heart tremble for no reason. Qin Tiangu's expression also changed and his eyes rippled with surprise. Huilei Zi, the old monster green fox, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were also shocked and confused. Mother, there's a turn for the better. Brother has a turn for the better. He'll be fine. In the Sky City, Du Xiaojing held Han Aodong's hand tightly in midair. Oh no, there's something wrong with this kid. Qin Yanlong was secretly shocked. That terrifying aura made him uneasy and made his heart tremble for no reason. At this moment, although Qin Yanlong didn't know what had happened, he could feel that what was happening to Du Xiaofu was definitely not good for him. Kill! Qin Yanlong attacked again without any hesitation. With the power of the heaven and earth, his attack swept across the sky. The cries of divine birds and strange beasts were heard. It was as if he was pushing the sun, the moon, and the stars. Amidst the rumbling of the void, he pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Upon seeing this, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingshuan's expressions changed. Their auras surged at the same time. Don't be impatient. We still can't see through everything. That brat should know what's going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so rashly. At the same time, Huilei Zi's voice transmitted to Du Tingxian, little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Boom! The great momentum collapsed, the void rumbled, and the strange phenomenon continued. The vast destructive power ruthlessly smashed towards Du Xiaofu in an instant. However, before the destructive force could approach Du Xiaofu, it was blocked by the mysterious energy of the world. It formed a terrifying vortex and directly swallowed the destructive attack. Rumble, the void trembled. Following the impact of Qin Yanlong's destructive attack, it seemed to have been transformed by the mysterious energy of the world. It turned into an even more surging energy that surged into Du Xiaofu's body. The surging energy was like a flood. It flowed through Du Xiaofu's body and covered it with dazzling mysterious runes from the inside out. A layer of purple-gold electric arcs filled the air and covered it with a layer of golden light. It reflected a purple-gold color. Divine splendor filled the air and mist fluctuated. Bastard! Qin Yanlong's body was pushed back. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He had just felt a mysterious force with boundless heaven's might that pushed him back. Qin Yanlong could even feel that the mysterious heavens might seem to be a warning from the heaven and earth. It was warning him that if he attacked again, there would be terrible consequences. Buzz! Suddenly, space rumbled, and another thunderous sound resounded, shaking one's heart and soul. The living beings trembled in fear as they looked towards the source of the fearful sound waves. They saw that on the surface of the Five-Finger Mountain that was originally crushed by the Hui beast to the point of being crushed into pieces, an endless dazzling golden talisman secret pattern light burst out like a waterfall along with the thunderous sound coming out from the surface of the Five-Finger Mountain that was as dull as an ordinary stone. Boom! Boom! The mysterious runes on the golden runes were dazzling. Golden light filled the sky. A pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. It was as if it wanted to suppress and destroy this space. Silver-gold electric arcs rippled on the golden mountain. The mysterious runes on the runes evolved and grew as if they had been given life. The Tao of the heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. The heaven and earth see people as mayflies, and the great Tao sees the heaven and earth as bubbles. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit surpasses the primordial spirit, and its essence will fade with the heaven and earth. However, as long as the primordial spirit exists, it is infinite. It is born from the heaven and earth. If you want to see the primordial spirit, you must first see the light of the primordial spirit. This light is the light of the primordial spirit. Without light, it is difficult to find the primordial spirit. A voice like this muttered to itself from the Five-Finger Mountain. Ancient runes flashed and rotated, but no one could hear it. Boom! However, at the same time, a mysterious energy of the heaven and earth, which was the same as the one that was nourishing Du Xiaofu's body, suddenly descended from the heavens and enveloped the Five-Finger Mountain. The originally cracked, dim, and lusterless Five-Finger Mountain was now filled with dense spiritual energy. Everything was recovering. A powerful aura began to grow within the Five-Finger Mountain. It communicated with the heaven and earth, giving people the feeling that it was the beginning of the heaven and earth. Rumble, the Five-Finger Golden Mountain released a dazzling golden light. An endless aura swept across the sky. For some reason, both inside and outside Sky City, the mountains and earth rumbled for no reason. The continuous mountain peaks trembled, and huge waves rolled up in the rivers. Awoo! Under such pressure, the demonic beasts whined and crawled, and the primordial spirits of living beings trembled. Moo, as if it had sensed something, Qin Yunlong's bloodline soul, the Ho, trembled. It did not dare to approach and instinctively retreated. Heavens, what's going on? The commotion is too great. What's going on? This kind of pressure is unbearable. Could it be that the demon king Du Xiaofu is breaking through? The living beings were shocked and their eyes widened. The commotion shook the heavens, and the heaven and earth resonated endlessly. The disciples of the legalism school were stunned. Although they did not know what was going on, they could feel that at the last moment, the demon king Du Xiaofu seemed to have caused this terrifying commotion. In the desolate country's army, Everyone's eyes trembled as they waited with bated breaths. Miracle, this guy has brought about another miracle. The general muttered to himself. His hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes shone with divine light. Such a commotion caused all living beings to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? It doesn't seem like a breakthrough. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was surprised. Although it was not difficult to feel that the demon king Du Xiaofu seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation and sublimation at this moment, it did not seem like he was breaking through to the saint realm. Rumble. Du Xiaofu's physical body became more and more dazzling, and the purple-gold color became more and more transparent. The broken great ping wings on Du Xiaofu's back recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a willow tree sprouting tender shoots. They swelled with the wind, flickering with golden light. The 36 true ping feathers were resplendent. Du Xiaofu's physical body had been tempered and precipitated by death. All of his vitality and energy had been consumed. Even the supreme blood had been burned away. Everything had been exhausted. In the end, Du Xiaofu recovered. Few people in the world could withstand such a process of life and death. However, Du Xiaofu succeeded. His judgment was right. He integrated the mysterious energy of heaven and earth into his body, which brought endless benefits to his physical body. What Du Xiaofu didn't know was that he had inadvertently comprehended a terrifying fleshly body technique by making such a judgment and act without hesitation. With Qin Yanlong's attack and suppression, it was equivalent to clearing out everything in his body. With the help of Qin Yanlong's power, he integrated the mysterious energy of heaven and earth into his body. It was equivalent to starting all over again. It was another cleansing and nirvana. This situation was inconceivable and shocking in itself. That kind of mysterious energy of heaven and earth could only be captured when one failed to break through to the saint realm. Ordinary people could not wait to break through to the saint realm. Who would be like Du Xiaofu, who forcibly broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the saint martial arts realm again and again in order to capture the mysterious energy of heaven and earth and integrate it into his body? This was absolutely impossible for others, but Du Xiaofu had no way out. And even if someone really did what Du Xiaofu did, their physical body would not be able to withstand everything that was going to happen. They would have been suppressed to death long ago. Only a freakish physical body like Du Xiaofu's, coupled with the strange effects of the immortal Xian body, could succeed. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu had almost killed himself in the end. Such a coincidence and ferocity were difficult to replicate. Only Du Xiaofu dared to do so. Not long after, the divine brilliance in Du Xiaofu's physical body began to release a kind of saint power, and the light was boundless. Boom, the void trembled for no reason. Above the void, a dazzling rain of light poured down. A dazzling ray of light descended like the sun, accompanied by an extremely vast aura that spread out and directly integrated into the space of Qin Yanlong's magical technique potential. Finally, this extremely vast aura spread from the void to the entire sky city and the sky plane in all directions. This light was like saint light, pouring down from the 9 heavens, and an endless amount of unfamiliar aura spread out. When this aura descended, there was no lightning, no thunder, no endless heavenly music. But there was saint light shining everywhere, and the divine brilliance fluctuated, enveloping the entire void. It made people's souls tremble for no reason, and their hearts trembled. The light fell from the sky, silently enveloping Du Xiaofu's physical body. The two were connected and became one. All the living beings present, whether it was the increasing number of onlookers in the distance, or the desolate country's army in the disciples of legalism, were all affected by this terrifying effect at this moment. A wave of heaven and earth's pressure fluctuated, and no one could resist it. At this moment, even the cultivators at the domain realm, except for the supremes, felt their bodies go limp, and they could not help but kneel down on one knee. Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Du Yunlong, Du Gufengqian, and the other supremes were not in a better situation. That enormous pressure made them, as Supremes, feel as if they had met the Emperor of Supremes, and they could not help but want to bow down and worship. Chapter 2200. All the living creatures were shocked, and their vital spirits trembled. That formless pressure descended silently, but they were unable to stop it. They wanted to worship and revere it from the depths of their soul and beast souls. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the heavenly might and rejected by heaven and earth. This is the divine might. He is breaking through to the holy martial realm. He is definitely breaking through. At this moment, the old monster Green Fox's greenish-yellow eyes trembled violently, and his heart could not help but tremble. He felt as if he was being remembered, and his hair stood on end. The old monster Green Fox felt the divine might. This was the real divine might. The demon king Du Xiaofu had failed time and time again, putting himself in a desperate situation and tearing himself apart. This time, he actually succeeded. Divine might, my father is breaking through. The golden flames in Little Star's eyes burned, and he waved his little fists excitedly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Yanlong's eyes trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. He felt the divine might. As a Saint Realm cultivator, he knew very well that this was the symbol of a Saint Realm cultivator. That little bastard was actually breaking through when he was on the verge of destruction. No, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what, I can't let this little bastard break through. Qin Yanlong's face grew gloomier and gloomier. The aura of the revived body became stronger, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. His murderous intent swept across the place. This little bastard must die. Qin Yanlong gritted his teeth. He felt the warning from heaven and earth, but he was even more certain that he could not let Yi Futian successfully enter the Saint Realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to keep him in check. Boom! Qin Yanlong attacked again. His aura surged, and his murderous intent swept across the place. A dragon shadow with mighty dragon might, accompanied by a dragon's roar, rushed toward Du Xiaofu mightily. This old bastard is so shameless. This old dog is trying to stop the Rock Emperor from breaking through. The cultivators of the desolate country army spoke, but they knew that they were powerless. They did not even have the strength to get close. Damn you, old man! Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Everyone knew about Qin Yanlong's intentions. That old man wanted to stop Du Xiaofu from successfully breaking through. Wait and see. Don't act rashly. Fire Lightning Child transmitted sound to Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingshuan's mouths. He was also watching closely. Scarlet blue flames flickered within his eyes. The former was still able to hold on without suffering any injuries. Right now, they were already recovering, and it was likely time for them to retaliate. The image of a giant dragon appeared in the sky, accompanied by a mighty aura. The spectators in the distance could clearly see the desolate country's army. The students of legalism could not take their eyes off it. Some people were solemn and worried, while others had cold gazes. However, all of them held their breaths and waited, not even daring to blink. Would the demon king Du Xiaofu succeed in his breakthrough, or would he be killed by Qin Yanlong? Before the breakthrough, everyone was waiting to see. Other than the astonishing movements in the sky, the surroundings were deathly silent. Roar, the dragon's roar was earth-shattering, and the dragon's might swept across the sky. With a monstrous aura, the giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. TSK. However, at this moment, the figure that had been lowering his head suddenly raised his head. At the same time, his eyes opened, and two purple-gold rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like two purple-gold thunderbolts that rushed towards the heavens. At the same time, a majestic aura, like a ferocious beast that had just awakened, swept out from his body along with the golden light. Boom! Boom! The destructive aura was like a thunderstorm, violently rippling. The golden light energy rippled violently in all directions, emitting a deafening rumbling sound. Chi La, just as the giant dragon's image was about to collapse, the golden wings of the giant Peng behind the figure suddenly flapped, and a monstrous golden light erupted. G. The mysterious runes on the talisman were like a giant Peng with golden wings that appeared in the sky. Its entire body was shining with golden light, and its ferocious aura spread out. The giant Peng struck the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. Awo! When the Peng Peng's image appeared, the surrounding beasts trembled and hissed. Their beast souls were all trembling. Bang! The two clashed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dragon's image shattered inch by inch and exploded in the void. Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The desolate nation's disciples were pleasantly surprised. They knew that the Rock Emperor had already recovered. He was reversing the situation. My son. Han Aodong's eyes were shining. She saw hope in the midst of sorrow and despair. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. At this moment, all the cracks on his body had disappeared. His tattered clothes could not cover his body that was shining with purple gold light. Du Xiaofu's body was glowing, and the surface of his body was rippling with electric arcs. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was still surging into his body. It was like a cleansing and rebirth. It was an extreme sublimation. Du Xiaofu's body was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. His injuries had already recovered. His physical body was at a level that made people want to worship him. It was perfect and flawless. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. The Peng Peng wings behind him were shining with golden light. The gaze in his eyes was like two bolts of purple gold lightning that did not dissipate. His aura was rumbling. The man with a pair of wings on his back was shining with golden light and accompanied by lightning. He stood quietly in the sky. It was as if he was looking down on all enemies. Awo, just this aura alone was enough to make all living creatures tremble and kneel in the air. Saint Plain. This is the aura of the Saint Plain. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has broken through to the Saint Plain. At this moment, someone could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body was extremely clear. It was the might of the Saint Plain. It was the sign of a Saint Plain cultivator. Saint Plain. Qin Yunlong's eyes were dull and lifeless. He had tried his best to stop Qin Haodong, but that little bastard had failed again and again. He had broken through the impossible and stepped into the Saint Plain. He could feel the aura of the Saint Plain clearly. It was the aura of the Saint Plain. There was also movement in the depths of Qin Tiangu's eyes. He suppressed the shock in his heart and did not leave any trace. Saint Plain. Dad has broken through to the Saint Plain. Saint Plain. Little star. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with joy. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile on her solemn face. Du Tingxian looked at the figure above the void, who seemed to be able to defeat all enemies. His hand, which was holding the divine thunder spear, slowly relaxed a little. He has broken through to the Saint Plain. The old green fox demon's wretched face was so shocked that his facial features were a little distorted. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Qin Haodong had failed again and again, but he had succeeded. On the verge of death, Qin Haodong had turned the tables and made a breakthrough in the battle. How fierce and shocking it was. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could not have imagined it. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Nether Demon, Dugu Fenshin, Lian Qingrong, Gue Che, and the others were no less shocked than the old green fox demon. He has broken through to the Saint Plain. He has broken through to the Saint Plain. Zhen Qingchun, Yi Lao, Lord Zhennan, Du Yunlong, Lord Zhenbei, and the general were even more surprised and trembling. He has broken through. I knew the Rock Emperor would be fine. He has broken through. The Rock Emperor has stepped into the Saint Plane. The barren nation is mighty. He has turned the tables and made a breakthrough in the battle. The Rock Emperor will defeat all enemies. The barren nation's army was even more excited. Some were crying tears of joy, and some were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Chapter 22:01 Rumble. At the same time, the golden five-fingered mountain was shrouded in the light of the heavens. Divine light fluctuated and its aura was fully restored, with silver-gold electric arcs filling the void. The energy of heaven and earth continuously poured into the five-fingered mountain, gradually causing a saint aura that was identical to that of Du Xiaofu's body to rise from the five-fingered mountain. This saint aura was slightly different. It caused the souls of all living beings to tremble, the depths of their souls trembling and throbbing uneasily. The five-fingered golden mountain was now filled with a white divine light, with an ancient aura. It's that mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. On the warship, Zhen Qingchuan's eyes trembled. He was most familiar with the ancient white divine light. It was the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique that Du Xiaofu had obtained from the Du family. He had also cultivated it. It was because of this that he had been able to improve so much over the years. He was not too far away from Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and the other outstanding supremes. Zhen Qingchun was well aware of the benefits that the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique could bring. It was incomparably vast and had endlessly benefited his primordial spirit. Zhen Qingchun did not know the specific reason as he watched the changes in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and pulse spirit awaken. Zhen Qingchun guessed that all these changes were more or less related to the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique when he sensed the ancient white divine light. Above the void, Qin Yunlong was surprised again. The five-fingered mountain was clearly formed from Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. How could it produce Saint Aura at this moment? This was too unbelievable. It was an unprecedented phenomenon. However, this phenomenon made Qin Yunlong feel uneasy and secretly terrified. Du Xiaofu was too strange. Qin Yunlong felt that this change would definitely be disadvantageous to him. Moo! The bestial roar was like thunder. Qin Yunlong's pulse spirit roared. His single eye shone brightly in a destructive aura, accompanied by a great momentum, directly collided with the five-fingered mountain. Whoosh! And at the same time, the talisman on the five-fingered mountain peak was born. A powerful life aura erupted from the world energy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The golden talisman runes surged and turned into a red-bone horse monkey. Roar! The red-bone horse monkey roared. Multicolored light sparkled as the golden talisman's secret runes on the surface of its body evolved, communicating with the world. Its aura was like the beginning of the world, the beginning of all living things. The golden talisman symbols that filled the sky continuously surged into its body, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Transforming into a true spirit, he succeeded. Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. He could immediately confirm that the red-bone horse ape had turned into a true spirit. The red-bone horse monkey seems to have transformed into a true spirit. Transforming into a true spirit, could it be? The old monster green fox, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Elder Lei, and the others also seemed to have sensed something. Their shocked eyes were full of confusion. Boom! In a short instant, when the red-bone horse monkey appeared, a terrifying aura surged out. It was as if a terrifying lord had been born. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression. Roar! The golden ape roared. Its crystal-clear body was wrapped in multicolored light. Its innate spiritual eyes overlooked everything in the world. When it saw the fey beast attacking, it suddenly punched out. Boom! This punch carried a hazy radiance, as if the world had just been born. The space in front of the fist became blurry and distorted, accompanied by silver-gold electric arcs that filled the void, pushing in all directions and suppressing everything. When such a punch collided with the Fey beast, it was as if a supreme being had come from the beginning of the world. The hazy aura caused the surrounding creatures to tremble and their souls to tremble. Bang, 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 the void exploded, and the huge Fey beast was directly sent flying. Its huge body was wrapped in silver-gold electric arcs, and its slightly illusory body had traces of being burned by lightning. How can it be so strong? This scene caused the legalism disciples to feel fear and inexplicably shocked. With one move, the sacred ancestor's bloodline soul was sent flying and injured. The strength displayed by the red-bone horse monkey was many times stronger than before. Qin Yanlong was also shocked. He knew best what had just happened. The red-bone horse monkey's punch had almost caused his primordial spirit to explode. The desolate country's army also trembled. Zhen Qingchen, Old Monster Green Fox, Mo Tianxiao, and Du Tingxian were also very surprised. In the sky, among the dazzling silver-gold electric arcs and golden light, the white light rippled like a divine light. The red-bone horse monkey hovered in the air, exuding an oppressive aura that bathed the surroundings in white divine light. Its saint aura began to grow stronger. That's his primordial spirit. On the warship, Yu Xianzi's beautiful eyes moved. She knew very well that the red-bone horse monkey's body was not only Du Xiaofu's bloodline soul, but also Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu must have obtained endless benefits from his primordial spirit. If he was here, he would definitely be proud of this. Yu Xianzi muttered to herself. Boom, in just an instant, white divine light surged. In an extremely short period of time, the sacred aura on the red-bone horse monkey's body reached a new height. The white divine light was dazzling, and it suddenly erupted like a volcano. Rumble, silver-gold electric arcs filled the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and all living beings trembled. A terrifying aura rippled. In the end, under the shocked gazes of all living beings, the red-bone horse monkey's body changed. Amidst the fluctuations of the silver-gold electric arcs, it condensed into an almost solid body. This body was wearing an illusory purple robe. It looked to be 25 or 26 years old. Its resolute face had thick eyebrows that were like swords. It was more resolute and determined than people of the same age. This figure was Du Xiaofu. The light in his eyes shot out like lightning. His eyes contained golden lightning, and there was also an ancient aura. It even carried the spiritual root aura of legalism. Rumble, the heavenly sound was endless, and the sacred aura was endless. Terrifying lightning and primordial spirit aura swept out from the thin illusory body, shaking the 9 heavens. Heavens, that's the primordial spirit. It's that little bastard's primordial spirit. In Sky City, at this moment, Qin Tiangu secretly blocked most of the pressure. The old man of legalism was shocked. It turned out that the Golden Mountain and the red-bone horse monkey was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Sacred aura, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit has sacred aura. What's going on? Didn't he just break through to the saint realm? The old man of legalism was dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu had just stepped into the saint realm, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had the same sacred aura. Did his physical body and primordial spirit break through separately? This was unprecedented and unheard of. Chapter 2202. Du Xiaofu's physical body and primordial spirit seemed to have broken through to the saint realm. The old man with legalism exclaimed in shock. Although he did not know what had happened, he felt that something was wrong. In the void, Qin Tiangu's eyes rippled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body was filled with mighty primordial spirit power and spiritual thunder. How could Qin Yanlong not feel how terrifying it was? It was an existence that defied the natural order. It's so strange. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were also puzzled. However, at this moment, they could feel that what happened to Du Xiaofu was a good thing. The Rock Emperor is recovering. He wants to move forward on the path of invincibility. The Rock Emperor is recovering. He wants to dominate the world. The disciples of the desolate nation were excited. The scene just now made them even more excited. They knew that the desperate situation was over. That demon king would never fall. Instead, he was going to bounce back and reverse the situation. Looking at the two identical young men in the void, Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with shock. The aura of the two saints filled the void. He had never seen or heard of it before. The aura of the two figures, coupled with the defeat just now, made Qin Yanlong extremely vigilant even if he wanted to attack again. The primordial spirit power is too strong. It's enough to surpass those of the same realm. It's too abnormal. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe could not help but be shocked. At this moment, he could clearly feel the terrifying primordial spirit power contained in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body. He should be invincible among those of the same realm. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was also in the Holy Beast realm, but his beast soul was completely different from the slightly illusory figure at this moment. In particular, the slightly illusory figure not only had vast and surging primordial spirit power but also the power of several kinds of spiritual thunderbolts. The ancient aura and coercion seemed to be even more powerful than the power of the several kinds of spiritual thunderbolts. There was also a magnificent and desolate aura that merged into one, which made the beast soul of the old monster Green Fox tremble secretly. There seems to be the aura of the spiritual root of legalism. How could that brat's primordial spirit have the spiritual root of legalism? And it's so strong. The old man with legalism could sense the spiritual root of legalism in the body of the primordial spirit. The aura of the spiritual root made all the legalism disciples feel oppressed and majestic. The aura of the spiritual root was not inferior to Han Aodong's. It's a miracle. It's a good thing. Zhen Qingchun raised his inverted triangular eyebrows. His face was already filled with joy, and he laughed excitedly. Du Xiaofu's change at this moment was unheard of, but Zhen Qingchun felt that there was no doubt that it was definitely a good thing. In the sky, two figures of Du Xiaofu stood in the air. Two divine auras filled the air. One was domineering, and the other was boundless. Rich primordial spirit power and thunder spread out, making the souls of all the creatures present palpitate. Ao Wu. Many people and demonic beasts had already gone weak in the legs under the power of the divine auras that spread out. This guy, I worried for nothing. He is still as abnormal as ever. On the warship, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Lin Weiqi, Li Shui, Phantom, Yi Zijin, and the others stood with graceful postures. Their charming faces were filled with joy under the shock. Rumble, the two figures of Du Xiaofu stood together. One had a vast aura, and the other had golden wings on his back. He was extremely domineering. The two energies of heaven and earth shrouded the 9 heavens, shining brightly like a miracle. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth rumbled and reverberated in all directions. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two figures of Du Xiaofu slowly approached each other, accompanied by the mighty power of the divine auras that soared into the sky. What's going on? Are they going to fuse? Look, is he going to fuse his body and primordial spirit? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two figures of Du Xiaofu approached each other. The slightly illusory figure of Du Xiaofu turned into a dazzling divine light and plunged into Du Xiaofu's body under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Boom! Boom! At this moment, as Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit fused into his body, a dazzling light accompanied by a vast aura spread out from his body like a tide. At the same time, Du Xiaofu suddenly closed his eyes. The mighty aura on his body and the energy of heaven and earth above the 9 heavens slowly dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Only the golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back were still releasing dazzling golden light, causing the demonic beasts to tremble in fear. What's going on? Many people were surprised and puzzled. The two terrifying auras had disappeared just like that. What was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, doing? Qin Yunlong was also surprised. He could clearly feel that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body had suddenly disappeared and calmed down. He could no longer feel any fluctuations of aura. However, Qin Yunlong quietly felt a fearful aura when he saw the golden glowing figure with the huge golden wings spread out behind him. Having suffered 2 hidden losses, he did not know his limits and did not dare to recklessly attack again. Everything that had happened was a little too strange. This guy, could he have gone mad? After all, he was very abnormal just now. When the vast divine aura dissipated, only a breath was left. Qin Yunlong's space and the power of the magic saint flag made people puzzled. It would be a pity if he went mad. Why is there no reaction? The onlookers in the distance looked at each other and discussed secretly. On the other hand, the army of the desolate country and the disciples of legalism in Sky City were exceptionally quiet at this moment. Their gazes were fixed on the tall figure with the golden wings on his back. Qin Yunlong's eyes twitched inwardly, and a cold murderous intent surged. At this moment, he was the most anxious and puzzled person. He could not wait and wanted to act again to solve this terrible problem. However, Qin Yunlong was a little hesitant. The previous 2 times he acted, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he suffered great losses. Look, there's movement. Just as Qin Yunlong was hesitating, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Someone seemed to have discovered something and could not help but exclaim. Whoosh! Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw that an ancient symbol had unknowingly appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. This symbol was transparent, and it was just like air. It could neither be seen nor touched. However, it was becoming more and more dazzling. Whoosh! These ancient runes changed alternately, with Du Xiaofu as the center. They revolved around Du Xiaofu, giving rise to changes. They vaguely caused the surrounding void to change. It was as if they were causing the cycle of all things in the universe to change. This change was like a self-created space. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's space could not block or even affect the space at all. Chapter 2203. Suddenly, a mysterious rain of light fell from the sky above, enveloping Du Xiaofu. Under the cover of this mysterious rain of light, an unfamiliar aura gradually thickened and lingered in the sky. The dazzling ancient runes also became more and more dazzling, carrying with them waves of energy. With Du Xiaofu as the center, they spread out in all directions. In merely a short moment, under the astounded and twitching gazes of many people, the ancient and dazzling talisman markings coiled around Du Xiaofu and transformed into a pattern of space that seemed to be round yet wasn't round, square yet wasn't square. This void diagram surrounded Du Xiaofu in the center, and at the same time, it slowly spread out in all directions. Lightning filled the air, mist filled the air, flames rose, and gales howled. There were thousands of changes. It's that strange technique. When the void diagram appeared, everyone's eyes trembled as they cried out in surprise. Everyone had seen the void diagram before. It was the mysterious technique Du Xiaofu had used not long ago. It was able to resist Qin Yanlong's technique, and in the end, it was forcefully suppressed and shattered by Qin Yanlong. However, at this moment, the void diagram continued to appear, accompanied by a wave of energy that grew thicker and thicker. Boom! When the void diagram appeared, the entire void diagram trembled violently. This wasn't Sky City trembling, nor was it Sky Plane trembling. Instead, it was the entire boundless sky that was trembling. This trembling seemed gentle, but it made all the living beings present feel as if their hearts had suddenly sunk, as if someone had hammered the depths of their soul. This trembling caused even Master Flamespark and Qin Tiangu's eyes to twitch, as if they had sensed something. Suddenly, their gazes toward Du Xiaofu were filled with light. Look, what's going on? Look! Look, there's a phenomenon. At the same time, someone couldn't help but cry out in shock. Many people couldn't help but look up in shock. Above the sky, a sea of clouds had appeared, covering the sky and the sun. From above the 9 heavens, a dazzling light descended like the sun. Along with an extremely vast aura from the void, it spread in all directions of the sky plane. Walala, light shone like holy light, and an endless foreign aura spread out. At this moment, the light was descending quietly. Qin Yanlong's space of spell potential and the warlock saint flag seemed to be mere decorations. They could not stop it at all and could not even cause any impact. Holy light poured down. There was no lightning, no thunder, no heavenly music. Only the light that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body made people's souls throb. 64 ancient talisman characters appeared around Du Xiaofu, completely forming a solid 8 trigrams void diagram. The horizontal surface appeared above the void, and the two merged together naturally. On the 8 trigrams in the void, there were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and even the sun, moon, and stars. Countless beast shadows leaped out of the void 8 trigrams, roaring soundlessly. The shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared in the sky above the 8 trigrams. It flapped its wings and shook the sky as if it could shatter the stars. A dazzling galaxy appeared. The starlight was dazzling, and the aura was vast. A dazzling purple flame whizzed and condensed into the shadow of a purple flame demonic phoenix. It was as if it was alive and blazing. The shadow of a stalk of immortal grass filled the air and shone brightly. A stalk of nether grass shone brightly. Its spiritual leaves were slender and long. It purified the spiritual platform as if it could suppress all evil. A monstrous green light fluctuated. It was full of vitality and had an ancient aura. When this phenomenon appeared in the sky, the entire sky plane, the earth trembled, and the void rumbled. At this moment, all living beings were greatly affected by a force from heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! At this moment, an invisible force shot up from the 8 trigrams in the sky. It resonated with the holy light descending from the 9 heavens. In an instant, a vast and mighty oppressive aura swept forth like a storm. However, this oppressive aura was still completely soundless. What's going on? What a strong force! It's impossible to resist. In an instant, all the living beings present went limp under this silent force. Their eyes were filled with horror, and even their primordial spirits were trembling. When the invisible force descended, all living beings were unable to resist. Even Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Lian Qingrong, and the others were affected. Those who were slightly weaker directly knelt on the ground. Under this kind of force, they had no chance to resist at all. They had to worship and revere it from the depths of their souls. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the heavenly force. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's warlock saint flag and spiritual technique space also lost their luster under the invisible force and began to dim. Saint Aura again. That kid is still breaking through. What's going on? Qin Yanlong's old body trembled. The eyes on his old face trembled violently. He could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart. Even the hair on his body stood on end. This was because Qin Yanlong discovered something incredible. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was still rising. There was another surge of Saint Aura. That little bastard seemed to be breaking through. Rumble, from above the sky, vast and mighty energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured down from the surging sea of clouds and surged into the void 8 trigrams diagram. Then, it continuously poured into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the vast and mighty energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise like a rocket, accompanied by a vast and mighty saint aura that swept out in all directions. Breakthrough, Demon King Du Xiaofu is still breaking through. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Everyone was stunned. The demon king Du Xiaofu was breaking through for the third time. And this time, the pressure brought about by Du Xiaofu's breakthrough was much greater than the previous 2 times. Zhen Qingchen, Mo Tianxiao, Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian, the old monster Green Fox, Elder Lei, and the others were all puzzled. No one understood what was going on. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing also looked at each other. At this moment, even they didn't know what was going on. Boom! In the depths of the sea of clouds, a heavenly sound resounded. The Beast region, the Yao realm, the Chenhuang mainland, Kyushu, the Four Seas, Wudong mountain, and so on. At this moment, the Void 8 trigrams diagram quietly appeared in the sky above the entire world. Above the Void 8 trigrams diagram, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning surged, mountains and rivers surged, the sun, moon, and stars alternated, and countless beasts leaped from the diagram, whoosh, at the same time, saint light descended from the 9 heavens and poured down on the world. At this moment, the billions of beings in the world looked up in shock. Chapter 2204. Cultivators who were not strong enough knelt on the ground. Yao beasts whined as they felt the pressure of heaven and earth. It's this phenomenon again. Some creatures struggled to look up at the sky. The phenomenon in the sky had appeared before and the divine domain had opened. At this moment, this abnormal phenomenon appeared once again. However, this time, the oppressive might was much more vast than before. On Wudong mountain, a flaming Wudong tree covered the sky. Many figures with vast auras looked up at the sky, their eyes shining with 5-colored divine flames. It's him. He's still alive. Huang Ling spoke. Her brows were drawn like ink and her spirit was like autumn waters. Just by standing quietly on the flaming Wudong tree that blotted out the sky, she still seemed so dignified and noble, untainted by a speck of dust. She was indescribably ethereal and noble. On the majestic mountain peaks of the Yao realm, many figures exuded vast and formless auras as they looked at the phenomenon in the sky in shock. He's not dead. This guy is truly a miracle. An elegant and beautiful woman looked up at the sky. Her skin was delicate, and her purple pleated skirt seemed to emit a hazy light. A fragrance overflowed from her. Beast region, Great Golden-Winged Peng clan. The phenomenon in the sky caused a young Great Golden-Winged Peng to cry out under the vast pressure. Golden light shone dazzlingly. Young master is still alive. On the square, many figures stood tall and straight, their eyes shining with golden light. They could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Shang Province, Hehuan School. Su Muxin's dewy eyes were innately charming as she looked at the sky. Her graceful figure trembled slightly. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered, "He's still alive." Shang Province, Sa Meng Sword Sect. The mountains were dark as iron. A towering mountain peak that looked like a peerless divine sword was inky blue. The red maple leaves that covered the mountains were exceptionally magnificent. Ha 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 ha, that demon king is back. I knew that guy wouldn't die. Ha ha. On the mountain peak, a youth laughed loudly. His robes were embroidered with sword patterns. Elegant runes spread out like mist. He was extraordinarily handsome. It was Sa Meng Sword Sect's Mu Jianchen. Middle State, Great Luan Sect. In the lush mountains, a middle-aged man with long blue hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep as he looked ahead. That person's descendant, the person chosen by the ruler of the 3,000 great worlds, how could he be so easily killed? He is still alive. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his figure disappeared without a trace. In the gloomy void, demonic energy fluctuated and baleful aura whistled. Dark clouds covered the sun and moon. In this dim world, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the rolling dark clouds. A pair of huge eyes appeared, and the evil aura in the surroundings was oppressive. Baleful aura whistled, and black fog filled the sky. Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, do you think you can rely on that little ant? A voice rang out. That pair of dark golden eyes were lifeless, staring into the depths of the void before disappearing. The mountain walls were steep, and the trees were lush. The few buildings were not spectacular, but they were simple and deep, revealing the vicissitudes of life. 5 figures stared at the sky, their gazes rippling. It's Xiaofu. He is not dead. Master, Xiaofu is not dead. He is still alive. Among the 5 figures, there was a beautiful woman in a tight outfit. She was excited as she looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The curve of the woman's long and slender legs was alluring, revealing her perfect figure. In addition to her already beautiful face, she was simply captivating. However, at this moment, the eyes on her moving face were trembling with excitement, and they were moist. Unbelievable. I did not expect that kid to succeed. Beside the woman, there was an old man with disheveled hair. Although he was unkempt, his eyes were as deep as the sea. However, at this moment, his eyes were looking at the strange phenomenon in the depths of the sky. This old man was Yangshuang's master. Crazy old man, it is indeed unbelievable. It seems that we have underestimated that kid. However, we do not know if he will succeed. The last step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the monstrous geniuses nurtured by the big sects would find it difficult to succeed. A young man said. He looked to be 12 or 13 years old, but there was no immaturity on his face. Instead, he was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. That kid is not inferior to those monstrous geniuses. An old man with white hair like a chicken's nest said. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the depths of the sky meaningfully. Fui Bai, you know that kid the best. Do you think he will succeed? The vicissitude youth looked at Fui Bai and asked. How would I know? I am not familiar with him. Fui Bai glanced at the vicissitude youth and turned his head away. The Tao of heaven is yin and yang. The Tao of earth is soft and firm. The Tao of man is benevolence and righteousness. 2 out of 3. The last step is too difficult. Even if it is above, if one can succeed, it will be enough to cause a commotion and alarm the various races. Any monstrous genius that can succeed will be able to suppress a region. A middle-aged man in a plain robe looked at the sky with an ethereal temperament and whispered. Above the world, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. In many secret places in this world, there were old figures stepping into the void with shocked gazes. It has appeared before. It cannot be speculated, but it seems to be related to the little demon king. That demon king is not dead. In the ancient secret places, many gazes were filled with shock and changed color. Stone City, desolate country. With strange phenomena in the sky, the desolate country's royal palace in the Stone City trembled. The huge royal palace gushed with auspicious golden light as if the entire Stone City had come alive. An immense pressure extended from the heavens and earth. Roar, suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded like thunder from within the royal palace. A giant golden dragon soared into the sky and floated in the sky. Its might connected the heavens and earth, causing the entire Stone City to tremble. The giant dragon's shadow was majestic and ferocious. It shone with boundless golden light, accompanied by the might of the heavens and earth, causing the living beings in the Stone City to tremble. The royal palace's draconic chi. Within the Stone City, the living beings knelt. They did not feel any trembling, but instead felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. That was the draconic chi of the royal palace. It was the accumulation of the country's fate and the condensation of countless people's faith. It was the might of the heavens and earth, something that protected the Stone City and the desolate country. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded. At this moment, for some unknown reason, it soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the world. The Rock Emperor is still breaking through. Roar, outside the city in the sky, the desolate country's army trembled. They could not help but feel a vast pressure that made their hearts tremble. Above the firmament, holy light shone and poured down. The 8 trigrams void diagram was in the sky. Strange phenomena were everywhere, all-encompassing. Du Xiaofu stood in the center. Ancient runes rippled around him. The strange phenomena merged with the 8 trigrams void diagram, connecting the heavens and earth. It was like a miracle, 12:00 sharp. Little Yu wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. I wish everyone a happy family and good health. I sent out a notice 2 days ago. Many of you were watching Zhu Lang and other platforms, so you did not see it. I apologize to everyone. Little Yu has been on the road for the past 3 days and has been delayed. I have already begun to make up for the chapters that I owe. Chapter 2205. Under such a miracle, the tremors in the heavens and earth became more and more intense. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the void. Their eyes were wide open and tongue-tied. They could not calm down for a long time and were even more shocked. At this moment it was not difficult for everyone to feel that on the 8 trigrams void diagram, there was a rich energy seeping out from the young man with the golden wings on his back as the energy of heaven and earth poured in. The energy was surging, and the energy fluctuations that faintly permeated the air sent chills down everyone's spines and made them tremble. Divine aura, what a rich divine aura! An expert exclaimed. That kind of saint aura was much stronger than before. Whoosh, with the rich and vast energy of heaven and earth pouring in, Du Xiaofu's aura once again rose to a peak and fell into a bottleneck. It seemed to be blocked by something, which caused Du Xiaofu's rising aura to come to a halt. In fact, it did not take long for all this to happen. At most, it only took a moment. Qin Yanlong, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the 8 trigrams void diagram in front of him. He was absolutely fearful of Du Xiaofu. Just the vast pressure at this moment was enough to make him tremble inexplicably. However, if he did not make a move, he would feel very aggrieved and helpless. Qin Yunlong was extremely conflicted, and veins appeared on his face. Humph! Looking at Du Xiaofu's rising aura, Qin Yunlong's eyes turned gloomy. The murderous look in his eyes and the fluctuating aura on his body indicated that he was ready to make a move at any time. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely make a move again without hesitation. Everything came to a standstill, but the billowing sea of clouds and the energy in the sky became denser and denser, crushing and enveloping the heavens and earth. With such an aura, the sky turned gloomy and lightning flashed. It was as if a storm was coming, and the dark clouds were pressing down on the city. The entire void also froze. The desolate country's army clenched their fists. It was not difficult to feel that the demon king in the sky had stopped at a bottleneck. Only by successfully breaking through the bottleneck could he advance further. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths, 100 breaths had passed, and Du Xiaofu was still stagnant. There was no movement. It was just that the energy of heaven and earth and the sea of clouds were about to cover the sky and the sun, as if they were going to explode the void. Qin Yunlong glared at Du Xiaofu with murderous intent. He could sense that Du Xiaofu seemed to want to take the next step but encountered a huge obstacle. As long as Du Xiaofu failed, Qin Yunlong would have the absolute opportunity to succeed. Qin Yunlong was waiting for an opportunity to strike. He didn't want to act rashly anymore. That little bastard was too strange. At this moment, Master Huolei's and Qin Tiangu's eyes were no longer as calm as an ancient well. They were secretly paying attention to Du Xiaofu. Deep within their eyes, they seemed to be deep in thought. Phew, just when the entire void was tense to the extreme and all eyes were fixed on it, Du Xiaofu, who had been stagnating in the void, suddenly raised his head slightly. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and clear. Everyone stared at him, unable to take their eyes off him. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked into the depths of the void. He seemed to be murmuring softly, "The Saint Realm is transcendence. The Saint Realm is flawless. The Saint Realm is complete. It's the end of the world. There are only two. It's vast and balanced. It's called Saint. I finally understand." The faint voice slowly echoed in the void and fell into everyone's ears. However, it soon disappeared as if it was swallowed up by time and space. It was as if these words had never been spoken. For those who were weaker, the words disappeared from their minds in an instant. It was as if they had never heard it. Rumble, when these words fell, a divine ring appeared in the sky. An impressive pressure filled the heavens and earth. It made everyone's heart beat faster. The sound of the heavens was endless. It was as if the heavenly drums were hammering on their hearts. At the same time, a majestic and ferocious beast, accompanied by golden light, swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Boom! This aura carried the sound of wind and thunder. It rippled violently. The energy of the golden light swept out in all directions like a storm. It made a deafening rumble. Screech, with a screech, the void trembled. On Du Xiaofu's back, the rock's golden wings expanded to 100 feet. His entire body glistened with golden light. It was as if golden clouds covered the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's domineering aura was even more domineering than that of a real rock. It made the entire void tremble. Awoo! At this moment, the beasts in all directions cried out and prostrated themselves. The Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, and Phantom Tiger King couldn't resist and reverted to their true forms. With his wings spread, Du Xiaofu was like a real rock in human form. He emitted purple gold lightning. The terrifying aura seemed to make the void around him fall. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared, accompanied by palpitating lightning arcs in the sky. This thundercloud was too large. It was even larger than the sea of energy that Du Xiaofu had summoned. It directly covered the sea of energy that Du Xiaofu had summoned and appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. The dark clouds churned, and the aura made everyone's hair stand on end. What's going on? This lightning doesn't look good. This dark cloud of lightning seems to have come specifically for Du Xiaofu. Someone exclaimed. This dark cloud of lightning didn't seem to have come with good intentions. In an instant, countless eyes, both inside and outside Sky City, were fixed on Du Xiaofu. The target of this frightening dark cloud of lightning seemed to be Du Xiaofu. Looking at this scene, the faces of the desolate nation's army froze. This doesn't seem right. Yi Lao, Du Yunlong, and the others came to their senses. Their expressions were a little serious. What's going on? On the warship, Gu Xinyan's heart, which had been in her throat, trembled violently. A serious look appeared in her beautiful eyes. The old monster green fox had been staring at the vast dark cloud above him. He was puzzled. Suddenly, the old monster green fox's wretched face twitched violently as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, this is divine punishment. The Rock Emperor has summoned divine punishment." The old monster green fox's exclamation echoed in the void. Many people were surprised and puzzled. They didn't know what divine punishment was. Swish, swish, however, Elder Lei, Yi Lao, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Huo Lazy, Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, and a few other elders and experts suddenly trembled violently. Their eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu as if they had been struck by lightning. It is said that when a creature has done something that is not tolerated by this world and has committed grave sins, he will be struck by divine thunder and be reduced to ashes. Elder Lei said. His eyes seemed to contain a sea of lightning. Although he had not set foot in the real Saint realm, he had lived for a long time and knew many secrets of the world. He said, there are also some supreme talents who have comprehended the truth and proved themselves. They have broken the balance of this world and summoned divine punishment. It is said that if they can withstand it, they will gain a lot of benefits. If they fail, they will most likely be reduced to ashes. The divine punishment is not tolerated by heaven and earth. The more one provokes the way of heaven, the stronger the divine punishment will be. Generally speaking, they will be reduced to ashes. In the ancient times, there were also extremely rare and illustrious supreme beings who attracted heavenly punishment, but they were all reduced to ashes. No one has ever succeeded. These words came out of Qin Tiangu's mouth and echoed in the void. Qin Tiangu seemed to have the intention to clear the doubts of the disciples of legalism. He also purposely spread it everywhere. No one knew why. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the desolate country's army froze. In ancient times, those rare supreme talents had also attracted divine punishment, but no one had ever succeeded. This meant that it was almost impossible to succeed. What the hell did this guy do? He actually provoked the wrath of the heavens. What kind of crazy thing did this guy do to attract an innate talent? Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, and the general smiled bitterly. So that guy actually attracted divine punishment. What divine punishment is this? Little Xingxing pouted, but her small fists were clenched tightly. She also felt that the divine punishment's aura was definitely not ordinary. Killing his uncle, offending his superiors, and disrespecting his elders. This guy's sins are grave. Even the heavens can't stand it and want to tear him into pieces and reduce him to ashes. Ha 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 ha, the honorable lord of legalism, who was being held by Zhenqing Chun, also heard Qin Tiangu's words. His pale face that was covered in blood sneered. Slap, slap, the crisp sound of a slap came from the face of the honorable lord of legalism. His face was already swollen and red, and it looked like it was about to be slapped. Blood and teeth were spat out of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. If it is reduced to ashes, I guarantee that you will be walking in front. Old man, behave yourself. Zhenqing Chun said coldly. He did not have a good impression of this honorable lord. If it was not for the fact that this old man was Du Xiaofu's grandfather, he would have already thrown him into the Xian Divine Pagoda to refine him. After being slapped by Zhenqing Chun, the honorable lord of legalism's face was so swollen that he could not speak, or he really did not dare to open his mouth. His gaze was cold and vicious, as if he could kill someone. However, he really kept his mouth shut and did not dare to open his mouth. However, at this moment, in the sky, Qin Tiangu's expression secretly turned cold. His gaze swept across Chen Qingchuan's body. The honorable lord of legalism was slapped in front of him. This was not far from slapping him. At the same time, Du Xiaofu had attracted the heavenly punishment. Compared to old Mo Tianxiao and the others, who had darkened expressions, Qin Yanlong's face instantly revealed a cold smile. He never thought that the little bastard would actually attract the heavenly punishment. This was enough to prove that this brat was actually comparable to the extremely rare earthly sovereign from the ancient times. If he succeeded, wouldn't he become the strongest sovereign in the world in the future? Chapter 2206. Qin Yanlong spat out a mouthful of cold air and murderous intent surged in his heart. He stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily, then glanced at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered. He formed a hand seal and put away the sorcerer saint flag and the spell space. Kid, the heavens want to punish you. Die. Qin Yanlong said to himself. This was divine punishment, and there was no need for him to do anything. He put away the sorcerer saint flag and the spell space to prevent himself from being affected. The thunderclouds were vast and mighty, and there were arcs of lightning shuttling through the thunderclouds. The powerful pressure of thunder and lightning permeated the air, making the hair on the skin of all the living beings present stand on end. Even the Saint Realm cultivators trembled in fear under such thunder and lightning. In such a thundercloud, once the thunderbolts exploded, no one except the Saint Realm cultivators would be able to survive. Their divine souls would be annihilated. The thunderclouds rolled and lightning flashed. The entire Sky City fell into silence at this moment. Everyone held their breaths and waited, their eyes fixed on the void. Coo. Many people in the desolate country army swallowed their saliva. The tense atmosphere froze inside and outside Sky City. At this moment, even Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, the old monster green fox, Mo Tianxiao, Chen Qingchun, and the others could not help but feel extremely nervous. Their hearts beat faster, and their blood surged in their bodies. Boom! Finally, the thunder and lightning in the sky reached its peak, and the thunderclouds collapsed to the end. A terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly emerged and filled the entire sky plains. What a powerful thunder and lightning! The thunder and lightning were vast and mighty. At this moment, even more living beings who were watching from afar felt their hair stand on end and their hearts tremble in fear. The Rock Emperor will definitely be able to withstand it. Someone in the desolate country army said, his eyes filled with confidence. That's right. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will definitely be able to do it. So what if it's divine punishment? It can't stop the Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor, hang in there. Young Master, he will definitely be able to do it. Senior Du will definitely be able to withstand it. As someone spoke, the tense and silent battlefield gradually boiled over at this moment. In the desolate country's army, in the Heavenly Beast Hall, in the Seven-Star Hall, the disciples of Tianwu Academy were all agitated. They clenched their fists, their faces flushed red with confidence. Their Rock Emperor would definitely be able to reverse the situation. Boom! The army on the battleships was in complete and utter uproar, and their voices echoed out in all directions. Rumble, within the thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. That vast and mighty might of thunder caused waves of dizziness in the minds of all living beings. That kind of pressure was too terrifying. It came from the heavens and earth, and was difficult to dispel. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the vast and mighty thunderclouds that were entrenched in the void. They spread all the way to the plains in the sky. A faint smile appeared on his resolute and determined face, making him appear calm and composed. Qin Yanlong stared at the rolling thunderclouds before looking at the calm Du Xiaofu. His old face twitched, and his gaze became increasingly gloomy. He muttered to himself in a cold voice, "Little bastard, I would like to see how you will withstand the divine punishment. You shall be destroyed. I already understand. No one dares to stop me, not even the heavens," Du Xiaofu spoke abruptly. He raised his head and gazed at the vast and collapsing thunderclouds in the depths of space, and then he paused for a moment before he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed towards the sky. He said, "If you continue obstructing me, then I'll go against the heavens." His voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. When those words landed in the ears of all living beings, they could not help but tremble violently when they saw the tall and straight man pointing at the thunderclouds in the sky. "If you continue to stop me, I will defy the heavens." Such words were incomparably domineering. As expected of the Demon King, Old Monster Green Fox muttered to himself as his heart raced. He finally knew why this guy was called the Demon King in the world. He even dared to provoke the divine punishment. He did not think that he would dare to do such a thing. No one in the world dared to be so cruel. Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Nether Demon, Mia Qing, Dugu Fenchen, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt ashamed of their inferiority. Rumble. As if it had heard Du Xiaofu's provocative words, the thunderclouds in the sky surged even more violently. Low thunder suddenly resounded continuously, and magnificent bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm shuttled back and forth in the thunderclouds. What? So what if I defy you? Come on. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and laughed heartily. His voice was deafening. Coo. The Demon King is provoking the heavens. The creatures were stunned. Many people gulped and swallowed hard. The Demon King was really cruel. Rumble. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the thundercloud suddenly shrank, and a bolt of lightning that looked like a beam of light rushed out of the thunderclouds like a giant lightning python. The dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the space and blasted toward Du Xiaofu with an ear-piercing sizzling sound. Such a vast and destructive bolt of lightning made old monster Green Fox frown and tremble with fear. Such a bolt of lightning from the divine punishment was enough to kill an ordinary expert of the Saint Realm. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the void trembled. That terrifying lightning bolt blasted Du Xiaofu's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was immediately covered with dazzling electric arcs. Chi-la-la, the terrifying bolt of lightning instantly spread over Du Xiaofu's body and the golden rock wings. Then, it spread directly onto the vast 8 trigrams in the void. The dazzling electric arc scattered on the countless strange phenomena on the 8 trigrams in the void. The shadow of the golden-winged rock, the galaxy, the purple-flamed demonic phoenix, the mountains, rivers, and countless beasts were all wrapped up by the electric arcs. At this moment, the vast 8 trigrams in the void was wrapped up by the electric arcs and became even more dazzling. However, there was a destructive aura in it. The whole place trembled in shock. Such a destructive bolt of lightning made all living beings tremble in fear. However, it did not seem to have much effect on Du Xiaofu. Is that all you've got? In front of everyone and in fear, Du Xiaofu's body was covered with electric arcs. He looked at the shrinking thunderclouds and smiled. He pointed at the void and said softly, "Let's continue. If that's all you've got, it's meaningless." Rumble. It seemed that Du Xiaofu's provocation had completely enraged the overwhelming thunderclouds. At this moment, the dazzling thunderbolts roared like ferocious beasts. The electric arcs danced and raged in the sky. In an instant, they gathered into a large number of thunderbolts, each of which was the size of a giant python. They seemed to cover the sky and the earth. Finally, they crashed down on Du Xiaofu. Boom! 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 The dazzling thunderbolts and the destructive aura fell from the sky and spread out with Du Xiaofu as the center. Chapter 2207. Terrifying destructive thunderbolts spread across Du Xiaofu's body and the vast void 8 trigrams. It was a terrifying scene. The visual impact was unparalleled. From afar, Du Xiaofu looked like the god of thunder descending. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. The void 8 trigrams around him had turned into a thunder 8 trigrams. Lightning flashed. The terrifying destructive momentum made the scalp of the old monster Green Fox, a holy beast, tingle. The old monster Green Fox knew very well that if he were to face such a divine punishment, he would definitely be smashed into pieces in an instant. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky without end. The surging thunderclouds kept spewing out dazzling thunderbolts. Each thunderbolt was enough to make a Saint Realm cultivator's hair stand on end. The terrifying thunderbolts blasted toward Du Xiaofu from all directions and landed on the void 8 trigrams. The extremely terrifying thunderbolts fell like rain. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. Dense pitch-black space cracks hung in the void like waterfalls, making people tremble with uneasiness at the sight of them. However, when the destructive thunderbolts landed on Du Xiaofu's body and the void 8 trigrams, destructive electric arcs spread out and densely covered the entire void 8 trigrams. In the end, they followed a certain trajectory and directly surged into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered with purple lightning talisman runes at an unknown time. The destructive thunderbolts were like electric snakes. They kept surging into his skin and finally disappeared into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's physical body was perfect to begin with. At this moment, under such lightning, it was becoming rounder and fuller at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It was becoming more and more full, and it was becoming more and more purple and gold. At first, some people were worried that Du Xiaofu's spirit would be destroyed by the divine punishment. However, when such a scene appeared, their expressions immediately turned into horror as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my God! When this type of scene appeared, everyone was shocked. Many creatures were so shocked that they couldn't retract their jaws for a long time. Is that all? It doesn't seem to be enough. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he looked up at the thunderclouds above. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu lifted his foot and stepped into the air. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu headed straight for the thundercloud amidst the thunderstorm. When this scene appeared, the tall man with wings on his back covered in lightning flew into the sky. Even Master Huolei couldn't help but open his mouth. Then, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old Monster Green Fox, Mo Tian Xiao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Lian Qingrong, Elder Lei, and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Could that guy be any more arrogant and savage? Qin Yunlong's old face twitched, and his eyes were filled with horror. In Qin Yunlong's imagination, that little bastard should have turned into ashes under the terrifying heavenly punishment. He didn't expect such a result. As Du Xiaofu ascended into the sky, the thunderclouds in this world seemed to be completely enraged. The energy suddenly became abnormally violent. The destructive power of thunder filled the world, causing the celestial qi and divine souls in the bodies of creatures to stagnate. Boom, 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 boom. In the depths of the thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. More dazzling thunderbolts fell, releasing the destructive power to their heart's content. The gorgeous thunderbolts covered the sky and the earth, and the void collapsed inch by inch. The crisp sound of thunder resounded in this world. When the thunderbolts fell, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared all over the sky. What a powerful heavenly punishment! Old Lei, Chen Qingchen, and many other top experts present sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. No wonder it was said that those rare invincible primes in the ancient times couldn't resist heavenly punishment. Such a heavenly punishment was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. Who could resist it? However, in the face of such destructive thunderbolts, Du Xiaofu didn't stop. The golden rock wings on his back spread out, and his body was covered with lightning talisman runes. Exuding a murderous aura, he directly leaped up into the thunderclouds amidst the endless thunderbolts. Rumble! In an instant, the thunderclouds, which were already violently surging, were like the surface of a huge wave that had a bomb thrown into it. The thunderbolts continued to explode. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The overwhelming thunderbolts seemed to be attracted by something and directly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Bang, 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 such thunderous sounds seemed to be about to explode the void. It was continuous, and it made the ears of all the creatures present roar. What shocked everyone the most was that Du Xiaofu was completely unscathed in the thunderclouds at this moment. The terrifying thunderbolts fell into his body and disappeared like a bottomless pit. Instead, it made the lightning talisman runes on Du Xiaofu's body become more and more resplendent, and the murderous aura became denser and denser. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even at this moment, Qin Tiangu's seemingly young face was secretly twitching. The mountain walls were steep, and the trees were lush. It was an ancient and deep space that revealed the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, crazy Fui Bai, the weathered youth, and the ethereal middle-aged man were floating in the depths of the void. Their gazes fluctuated with brilliance as if they could sweep through the void and peek into the world. "Freak, this kid is too freak," Crazy Ol said. The depths of his eyes were as deep as the sea, and they were filled with shock at this moment. Is this really heavenly punishment? This kid is too strange. Even if he's up there, if those monsters succeeded in resisting it, they would lose a few layers of skin even if they didn't die. The weathered youth said. His face that was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom had unknowingly been filled with shock. I've already said that this kid isn't any weaker than those monsters. He's only stronger. Fui Bai said. He scratched his hair that was like a chicken's nest with an indifferent expression. He has the lightning martial vein and is a descendant of the Du family. This heavenly punishment is to him. The ethereal middle-aged man in white robes had a meaningful look in his eyes. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as heaven and earth trembled. The vast and mighty thunderclouds were filled with lightning as they wreaked havoc. Du Xiaofu stepped into the clouds. The golden wings of the great Peng spread out as purple-golden lightning covered the area. The violent lightning was like a monstrous wave, but it was also like an unshakable boulder. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit that was absorbing the lightning that filled the sky. The lightning talisman runes on Du Xiaofu's body became more and more resplendent. It was like a purple-golden sun in the sky, while the thunderclouds dimmed. Qin Tianglong's face kept twitching. But looking at the vast destructive lightning aura, even if Du Xiaofu couldn't fight back, he didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 2208. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Qin Yanlong did not dare to step into the vast destructive lightning. He did not dare to think that he had the strength to be affected by it. This terrifying scene didn't last for long as everyone was dumbfounded. Not long after, as if sensing that Du Xiaofu was difficult to deal with, the violence in the thunderclouds began to subside. The frightening lightning might energy slowly faded. Finally, the thunderclouds that covered the sky also slowly dissipated in front of countless shocked gazes. The lightning that covered Du Xiaofu's body and the electric arcs on the 8 trigrams void diagram finally all surged into Du Xiaofu's body and disappeared. I said, I already understand. You can no longer stop me. Looking at the dissipating thunderclouds, Du Xiaofu slowly raised his head and looked at the dissipating thunderclouds. His gaze was resolute and determined. A faint confident smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, the saint stage is the true self. I have reached the saint stage using the 8 trigrams void diagram. Break. Boom. When Du Xiaofu finished muttering to himself, the 8 trigrams void diagram that followed him like a shadow suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The ancient mysterious runes, the densely packed galaxy, the shadow of the golden rock, the shadow of the sun, moon, and stars all shrank towards Du Xiaofu and then gradually dissipated. The mysterious runes of the lightning runes on Du Xiaofu's body were also receding. Above the void, the dazzling divine ring also turned into a dazzling light and swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Du Xiaofu was in the sky and the rock's golden wings spread. When the 8 trigrams void diagram finally dissipated and merged into his body, the tall and straight figure's ragged clothes fluttered like a peerless rock in human form. His aura faintly spread throughout the endless sky and was able to cause the entire world to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's stagnant aura trembled once again, surging out like a vast ocean. The void trembled. Du Xiaofu's entire body shone, releasing rumbling sounds. Large amounts of light rushed out like divine multicolored light. Bang! A muffled sound rang out from Du Xiaofu's body like thunder. The invisible bottleneck was broken through, and he stepped into the saint realm. After Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit fused with his martial vein, it was hard to tell whether his aura was in the saint martial realm or the saint talisman realm. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was that of a true saint. Above the void, Du Xiaofu was connected to the void, and there was a supreme saintly might emanating from his body, connecting with the sky and the earth. Everything I did in the past was not wrong, but it was also not right. The sage realm is the true self. This is the sage realm that I should step into. Du Xiaofu murmured, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Everyone who stepped into the sage realm was different, especially Du Xiaofu. He had comprehended many things and had many things. It seemed that he had reached perfection, but he had not found a balance, so he had not been able to break through before. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu had an epiphany in time after repeated failures. The sage realm was the true self, and the 8 trigrams were the balance. He used the 8 trigrams to break through to the sage realm. My physical body and primordial spirit have both transcended mortality and become saints. This is my path. Du Xiaofu said to himself. His physical body and primordial spirit had also transcended mortality and become saints. They were different from the rest. Du Xiaofu's breakthrough this time included his physical body and primordial spirit. Light fluctuated from the depths of the void, as if there was holy light descending. A mysterious power seeped out from the sky and connected with Du Xiaofu, as if nourishing Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the air. His invisible saint might was magnificent and vast, endlessly domineering and majestic. The aura fluctuated between the sky and the earth, giving people the feeling that it was surging like a waterfall. The holy might was too powerful. It swept across the sky like a hurricane, shaking the entire sky and plain. The aura undulated and spread in all directions. Howl. All the demonic beasts roared in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. This kind of pressure, Lonely Sky Howl, Clear Countenance, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others could no longer resist. They all knelt down. Even a holy beast like the old monster Green Fox lowered his head at this moment, his eyes full of shock. The holy might was too powerful. It resonated with the sky and the earth. Even the old monster Green Fox could not resist it. He could only maintain his reverence. Otherwise, even a holy beast like him would be defeated. In the stone city, the imperial palace trembled. The golden dragon was entrenched, and the golden light was like a rising sun. Howl. At this moment, the dragon roared, revealing a mysterious and ancient aura. It affected the sky and the earth, and the pressure spread throughout the entire stone city and spread in all directions. The aura was too terrifying. It resonated with the sky and the earth, forming a powerful and majestic force. It then gradually disappeared. However, at this moment, all the creatures kneeling in the stone city were shocked to find that the energy of the sky and the earth in the entire stone city had become denser. The Rock Emperor has entered the Saint Realm again. He has entered the Saint Realm 3 times. He is different. The Rock Emperor has turned the tables and defied the heavens. He is invincible. On the warship, the army of the desolate country was in an uproar. They knelt on the deck, but their eyes were full of excitement. Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the air. The light on his body was so dazzling that it made the sky and the earth seem to dim. Only he, with the wings on his back, was the only one in the world. From afar, Du Xiaofu was like a god at this moment. He gave people the feeling that he was the beginning of the world. He gave people the feeling that he could dominate and look down on all living things. Du Xiaofu looked into the sky. The purple gold light in his eyes was like 2 bolts of lightning. It was extremely bright, and he looked down on all the heroes in all directions. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and the light on his body slowly dissipated. Then, it completely disappeared. The pressure in all directions also disappeared. At this moment, all the creatures stood up in fear and were no longer suppressed by the pressure. However, at this moment, there was no aura or light fluctuation. However, all the creatures present could feel that the thin and tall man had truly entered the Saint Realm. Looking at the man with the golden wings on his back, who looked like a real rock in human form, everyone was shocked and stunned. He actually broke through. Everyone was in a daze. Someone muttered to himself. Everything that had happened today was a miracle. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing looked at the sky and smiled knowingly. In the Sky City, Han Aodong's heart, which was in her throat, finally calmed down. A bright and beautiful smile appeared on her extremely cold face. She said to Du Xiaojing, who was beside her, "Your brother has succeeded. Brother has succeeded. He has truly entered the Saint Realm. I knew he would be fine." Du Xiaojing smiled brightly. "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.